Committee Secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. The Subcommittee on the Amendments of the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act would like to acknowledge our distinguished resource persons this morning. They are from the Department of Education. We have Director Mario Bermudez and Dr. Ron V. Manguera. From the Commission on Higher Education, we have Dr. Lordinio Vergara and Mr. Erickson Reyes. From the Second Congressional Commission on Education, EDCOM 2, we have Ms. Krupskaya Año. From the Professional Regulation Commission, we have Dr. Rosita Navarro, Dr. Paz Lucido, and Dr. Paraluman Hiron. From the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, we have Mr. Carl Jeffrey Sabalza and Mr. Balagtas Himigbayan Santiago. From the Research Institute for Teacher Quality, we have Dr. Maria Teresa Maniso. From the Philippine Normal University, we have Dr. Marilyn Balagtas. From the University of the Philippines, Diliman College of Education, we have Dr. Frances Olivia Magtoto. From the Philippine Public School Teachers Association, we have Dr. Eric Palancho. From the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators Incorporation, we have Dr. Maria Rita Lucas and Dr. Ronald Gonzalez. From the Biology Teachers Association of the Philippines, we have Dr. Larry Ann Ipulan Colette. From the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations, we have Attorney John Jacome and Attorney Christine Carmina Manawag. From the Philippine Business for Education, we have Mr. Andoni Santos, together with Dr. Maria Cristina Robles, and of course, from the EDCOM, we have Ed Carol Yee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Thank you very much for your participation today and your presence for today's hearing. Today we'll be tackling 4 bills, namely House Bill number 9979, entitled An Act Further Amending Republic Act number 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, as amended by Republic Act number 9293, introduced by Congressman Go, Romulo, Dimaporo, Garcia, Benitez, and the other congressmen. Number 2, Senate Bill number 2830, entitled An Act Further Amending Republic Act number 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, as amended by Republic Act number 9293, introduced by Senator Lauren Legarda. And then number 3, Senate Bill number 2840, An Act Further Amending Republic Act number 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, as amended by Republic Act number 9293, introduced by yours truly. And lastly, Senate Bill number 2884, An Act Further Amending Republic Act number 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, as amended by Republic Act number 9293, introduced by Senator Bong Revilla. So these are the 4 bills that we'll be tackling today. And as a brief opening statement, whenever we talk about teachers, I always use this quote that I came across in one of our presentations. Actually, this is a quote that came from a study by Miss Murian Shinan, but apparently she also quoted this from a South Korean policymaker. the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of our teachers. So teachers is the single most important ingredient in a good quality education system. No? So we can actually teach students under the sun, under the tree, no matter where, and we will still end up with a good education system if we have good quality teachers. So it's important that our system generates good quality teachers so that our education system will continuously improve. So having said that, the bill today seeks to amend the seeks to amend RA 7836. No? But the original Professionalization Teachers Regulation Law was enacted in 1976. 2 days after I was born, 1974 ako eh. No? So 51 na po ako this year in the next few months. So the first law was enacted in 1976. It was then amended in 1994 and then subsequently amended in 2004. No? So it was amended twice. So after 21 years, we are now looking at amending it again. And the purpose of amending this is because of new developments and innovations in relation to the teaching profession. And as we all know, technology evolves, pedagogy evolves, systems and procedure evolves, and we have to continuously look at the laws that govern different profession, in this case, the teaching profession, and see whether that law is still attuned to the innovations and the signs of times. So this bill, the bills that we are going to talk about, seeks to amend the teaching profession or the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act. And we would like to hear from our esteemed and respected the resource persons their opinion on the proposed amendments that is going to be laid out in the four bills that I mentioned. So we invited different stakeholders from the teaching profession, from the regulatory commission, of course, from DepEd and from the other stakeholders. And we would like to seek your opinion on whether these proposed measures will indeed be the best option to make us responsive to the signs of times. And also, if we can, I always believe that we should also future-proof laws, no? Because laws take time to amend, laws take time to change. Just imagine the last time we had an amendment was 21 years ago. No? So that is one of the complications of amending laws. It takes time. No? So one of the concepts that I always include in our laws is to future-proof it. No? So we would like to seek also your opinion on how to future-proof this law so that we can continuously respond to the changing or the evolving situation in the teaching profession. So the end goal here is, of course, to come up with highly qualified, highly professional teachers that will enter our education system. And with these highly qualified teachers, we would also hope to see improved learner outcomes. At the end of the day, we're doing this because we want our learners to improve and we want learner outcomes to improve as well. So with that opening statement, we would like to start off. Of course, we always start off with the Department of Education being the biggest end user of our teachers. We'd like to hear their opinion on the proposed measure, and then we'll go around the table and request our different stakeholders to share with us their thoughts on the proposed bill. So we call on Dr. Vergara. Tama ba? Ay, hindi. Director Bermudez of the Department of Education for their opinion and comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. And here is our position paper containing our comments and recommendations. After thorough review of the bills 9979, 2830, 2840, and 2884, the Department of Education's Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development, or BHROD, hereby expresses support to the proposed bills in the intent to amend Republic Act 7836, responding to the evolving landscape of education and teacher professionalization. The proposed bills aim to update the framework for teacher licensure professionalization and governance to align with the evolving demands of the education sector. These legislative amendments collectively seek to enhance the preparation, qualification, and accountability of teachers while introducing alternative pathways for registration and licensure. The Bureau recognizes that the proposed amendments intend to address critical issues such as aligning teacher training with teacher professional standards, improving licensure systems, establishing accountability structures among teacher education institutions for graduate outcomes. With the objective of ensuring that the proposed amendments of Republic Act number 7836 are aligned with the agency direction, the department through the BHROD hereby provides a comprehensive analysis of House Bill 9979 and Senate Bill numbers 2830, 2884, and 2840, and submits comments and recommendations for consideration and further deliberation. Mr. Chair, we shall be submitting our position paper wherein we have stated in here the identified sections, and containing therein are our comments and recommendations. And lastly, in addition to the section or specific comments and recommendations outlined in our position paper, the DepEd BHROD generally suggests the following for consideration, Mr. Chair. There are two. Number one, seeking guidance from DepEd's curriculum in teaching division, seeking advice from DepEd curriculum teaching and curriculum in teaching strand regarding the case stages that require subject specialization under the new curriculum. Second, the inclusion of provision on regular updates to examination content. This is in place for regular updating of examination content to reflect the developments in professional standards, curriculum, Philippine qualification framework, and other relevant developments. Therefore, considering the comments and recommendations outlined, DepEd BHROD recommends consolidating the four proposed bills and recognizing all authors as authors of the consolidated bill, Mr. Chair. So that is from the Department of Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I have questions, but I'll reserve it uh, later on. Let me call on the TEC, Dr. Runvi Mangera.
Morning to everyone. This is Teacher Education Council's position on the further amendment of RA 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professional Act of 1994, as amended by RA number 9293. The Teacher Education Council presents its position supporting the amendment of RA 7836, or the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994 as amended by RA 9293. While RA 7836 established a vital foundation for teacher professionalization, the changes in the national directions in education, updates and pedagogical approaches based on how students learn, rapid technological evolution, new qualifications framework, and the global demand for the 21st century knowledge and skills call for a revised framework for professional teachers. The Teacher Education Council needs this amendment to ensure that the teacher professionalization system aligns with the professional standards and the Philippine qualifications framework as mandated by RA 11713. By enacting these provisions, the TEC will be better equipped to fulfill its mandate in ensuring the quality and effectiveness of teacher education in the Philippines, aligning with the principles of guidelines of RA 11713. The Council specifically supports the provision in the Senate Bill 2840, which seeks to further amend Section 13 of RA 7836 on examination, registration, and license required, the bill's inclusion of alternative pathways for registration as professional teachers, such as submission of the portfolio of attainment of the professional standards by graduates who come from accredited teacher education institutions. Two, registration without examination for those persons in the teaching profession who possess the required qualifications is particularly commendable. These pathways to be granted license to teach offer an alternative to the traditional pen and paper assessment and promote a more holistic view of measuring teacher quality. By implementing the necessary changes in the Philippine Teacher Professionalization Act, the TEC believes that it will help create a more responsive, dynamic, and effective system for preparing and supporting teachers in the Philippines. And finally, the Council firmly believes that a strong and effective workforce is the foundation of a thriving education system. To quote Professor Linda Darling Hammond, an expert in teacher education, if you don't have a strong supply of well-prepared teachers, nothing else in education can work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll call on Ched, so that will finish all the government agencies. We'll call on Ched for their comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Vergara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. This is our manifestation on the proposed amendments to the LET law. So the Commission on Higher Education, through the Technical Panel for Teacher Education, supervised by the Office of the Program Standards Development, lauds the strategic direction to amend specific provisions of Republic Act 7836. Given the impetus for change that will benefit the teaching profession and eventually, in the long term, the whole of the Philippine education system, the CHED finds this as an expression of the government's clear focus on improving learning outcomes through proper training, development, and licensure of our teachers. In light of salient features of the proposed legislation, the Commission wishes to manifest the following. First, the envisioned interagency collaboration through the amended board membership provision is necessary to ensure the quality, integrity, and effectiveness of the LEP. The specific reiteration of the regulatory authority of CHED over teacher education programs has been noted and shall continue to be carried out in light of more strategic directions of the Teacher Education Council, in which CHED chairperson sits as co-chair. Second, the alternative to taking the LET, which comes in the form of a portfolio, is most welcome, as this is also practiced in other jurisdictions and is in fact a primary feature of all teacher career progressions documentation processes. However, the Commission sees the value of not restricting this option to accredited teacher education centers of excellence, but to those who have obtained a similar program-based or institutional qualification, such as Level 4 local accreditation, the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network accreditation, and other comparable quality assurance framework as may be jointly agreed upon by members of the board. Third, it is also proposed that the standards for the creation of the portfolio, which hopefully will be digital in nature, along with its corresponding evaluation parameters and rubrics, be aligned with the professional standards, particularly to the teaching profession. Fourth, the provision for registration without examination is duly appreciated by the Commission in light of the increase in the number of individuals engaged in teaching. On the scope of examination, while the components remain the same and may be adjusted as deemed applicable by the board, a review of the percentage of items assigned to each test domain is necessary. In the same manner, on qualification of applicant for LET, while it is ideal to specify the qualification for each key stage, the proposed provision still limits the opportunity for the provision of emerging programs like special education, our ALS, the physical education, the culture and arts education, technology and livelihood education, and tech book teacher education. And additionally, parameters for the provision of exam for a graduate or non-education should be also reviewed in order to provide them with a more appropriate exam. So the provision of this registration without examination is duly appreciated by this commission. And on the scope of the examination, the components remain the same and may be adjusted as deemed applicable by the board. And lastly, to address the recurring concern of quality of outcomes, particularly on the 18-unit certification. In professional education for non-teacher education majors, there should be a provision stipulating that only officially recognized TEIs with at least level 3 accreditation of its undergraduate teacher education programs shall be authorized to offer the certification program is recommended. So the Commission, Mr. Chair, is so thankful for the opportunity to articulate its initial manifestations. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you, thank you. And true enough, this is only a hearing. Later on, we'll be going into a technical working group in which everyone will be given an opportunity to further drill down their recommendations. And in the process of legislation, things can change. It can actually change 180-degree turn. So, but as we go along, I'm sure we'll be hearing different comments, and that's why later on we'll be encouraging people to join the technical working group. Let me just put on record, Senator Joel also filed a similar bill. However, it's not yet referred to this committee. However, he already sent us a letter and his opening statement, and let me direct the committee secretary to insert into the records Senator Joel Villanueva's opening statement. And later on, when the bill is referred to the committee, we'll just manifest its referral so that it will be considered. All right. So with that, let me now open my questions. I think the most basic question here is I'll direct to the Department of Education. The most basic premise is, how will this improve learner outcomes? We're spending so much time and effort to amend this bill. We're invited so many people to share their executive time to comment on this bill. And I think the most important output should be learner outcomes. So let me ask Director Bermudez, based on your analysis, how can this improve learner outcomes, especially at our public school system? Again, we're doing all of these amendments because we want to see improvements in the outcomes of our learners. We want to hopefully see improvements in the National Achievement Test, in PISA, and others. So based on your analysis, how will this amendment improve directly or indirectly learner outcomes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As to the improvement of learning outcomes, the Department of Education believes that we really need to upgrade or update our teachers. So with the quality of the teachers that we have, it has something to do with the learning outcomes. Since education is evolving and the teachers that we have 20 years ago, of course, when it comes to their pedagogy, as to their practice, would be different now as regards treating our new breed of learners. And since we are dealing with new breed of learners, Mr. Chair, there is also a need for our teachers to be upgraded, and at the same time, we call quality teachers, such that they can also give quality teaching to our learners. So for example, on my part, in my context as a classroom teacher 33 years ago, of course, it would be different now. And for us, for our teachers to really give quality education, there is that move that teachers be upgraded, and at the same time the requirements for the teaching profession be upgraded in such a way that teachers should be responsive to the needs of time, since we are dealing with, as I've said, new breed of learners. So kailangan natin na i-capacitate, kailangan natin na i-ensure that our teachers are of quality, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I understand that, Director Bermudez, but can you be more specific in which provision of the proposed amendments can directly or maybe indirectly affect learner outcomes? No? Of course, this bill deals with professionalizing teachers, no? In the hopes that when they enter the workforce, especially the teaching force, it will translate to better learner outcomes. No? So I want to hear from DepEd based on your analysis. Because at the end of the day, DepEd is the biggest user. No, probably and 80%, 90% of our teachers will end up in our public school system. So where in this bill, conceptually or explicitly, can it affect learner outcomes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to specifically mention, for example, Section 14 on the scope of examination in such a way that, of course, the exam would provide opportunities for our teachers in different key stages, that as we professionalize teaching profession, the scope of the examination be properly studied and at the same time addressed. And that's why we are proposing revision on the Section 14 on the scope of examination, Mr. Chair, that the examinations for elementary and secondary school teachers shall be separate, and the examination for teachers in the early childhood, elementary, and secondary shall consist of the following parts: the professional education, general education, and other field of specialization. All these, Mr. Chair, na-embed po doon sa aming position paper. And there are other provisions of the bills. And of course, talking about Section 15 also on the qualification requirements of applicants na kailangan din natin i-upgrade po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So what you're saying in Section 4, because Section 14, this is one of the updates that we propose in the bill, is to separate early childhood, no? So that we are right now, I personally believe in specialization, no? Rather than generalist. Even when I was working in the private sector, I would tend to give more premium to specialized skills rather than generalized skills, no? So personally, I believe in that. So following that concept, we also introduced in the bill specialization, no? And if you, and the bill also in Section 14, it's also, we added a provision here, more or less future-proofing specialization, because we all know that later on there'll be more we cannot predict the future, but definitely moving into the specialization concept, there'll be more specialization courses, no? But in this particular provision, we included early childhood. So what you're saying, Director Bermudez, by encouraging specialization, it can help learner outcomes, no? In short, no? I'm making it simple.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's my point.
Okay.
Thank you po.
And I would like to also, and later on we'll talk about this. I think this is one of the most provocative provisions in the bill, the portfolio submission, no? Provocative in a sense that we're very used to pen and paper examination, no? The Philippines has a culture of pen and paper examination. Wala tayong tiwala kung hindi ka nag-pen and paper, no? Dumaan ako sa pen and paper rin, no? So if you pass the pen and paper examination, definitely you'll be given a lot of credit, no? But in this bill, we're introducing a portfolio type of assessment. So, I'd like to ask DepEd and then later TEC, and I want like to play the devil's advocate. Will this will the portfolio method or the portfolio assessment still bring confidence to DepEd in terms of hiring teachers? Would like to ask DepEd their opinion on that, and then the TEC, because right now, if you, I'll give you a context. You take pen and paper, LET, you pass, and then the DepEd recognizes those teachers, and then you can teach. But in this case, it's portfolio. So what I'm trying to elicit from DepEd is, will a portfolio approach still bring confidence? Will DepEd be still will DepEd still be confident with the type of teachers or with the quality of teachers going into the system of our public schools?
Mr. Chair, as to the portfolio assessment, here is our stand. The BHROD seeks to clarify the inclusion of the portfolio assessment and prior teaching experience as pathways to licensure. While it is open to consider the proposal to adopt multiple and alternative pathways for applicant registration and licensure examination for teachers, the BHROD recommends developing clearer guidelines on the verification of specific licensing requirements, criteria, and limitation for the evaluation of assessments in order to ensure the validity of the proposed assessments and that the evaluation is at par with the standards for teachers. It also recommends the exclusion of portfolio and teaching experience acquired as part of academic requirements from being considered for teaching licensing purposes. So in other words, Mr. Chair, as to the portfolio submission, somehow BHROD believes that it can also be of help somehow. But then we are proposing for clearer guidelines that would somehow put into structure on how are we going to ensure that the assessment be made objective and trying to really talagang tatamaan niya kung ano yung dapat na i-assess, Mr. Chair.
To TEC, with this portfolio assessment method, will TECs still be confident with the quality of teachers entering the workforce?
Presently, we have of course, the Center of Excellence will provide help to the Teacher Education Council in making sure and in leading and making sure that the graduates are equipped with the standards that we require based on the in the professional standards. We believe that with the help of the COEs, because they are to spearhead the other teacher education institutions in the country, we will assure that with the help of the COEs, the Center of Excellence will be able to achieve that screening of our future teachers to become teachers that will eventually affect the learning outcomes of our learners.
So, what in other words, we have to make sure that the Center of Excellence are really Center of Excellence, correct? And
Yes,
that
sir.
power is now with the TEC.
Yes, sir.
Correct. I'll go into that later on. I'll focus on the Center of Excellence because the Center of Excellence becomes the filter, so to speak, no? Filtering. If we do adopt the portfolio approach or the portfolio method, the TEC is the filter to make sure that the portfolio being submitted are of the same standard with the pen and paper examination, diba? To put it in layman terms, diba? So, and I'll go into the Center of Excellence later on. I'll jump to another provocative concept here, which is the 10-year registration. No? After in the bill, after teaching for 10 years, you submit a portfolio, and then you can be a licensed teacher. No? So I would like to ask DepEd also their opinion on that, because we have a lot of non-let passers or licensed teacher, especially in the private schools. No? And now with this feature, we might see a tendency wherein after 10 years, they might move to public schools because, well, of course, public schools have a different salary standard. Or teachers in other teachers teaching in other schools now moving to our public schools. How is that automatic 10-year registration? Will that also how is that going to improve or lessen the confidence of DepEd in terms of absorbing those teachers? What is your view on that 10-year automatic well, I won't say automatic no, but they have to submit a portfolio. That 10-year registration process. Let's put it that way.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to share my experience as a school head when I have encountered my teacher, a teacher who is, of course, with the same status, yung Magna Carta. So, this situation happened when I have my classroom observation, Mr. Chair. She was an English teacher, a reading teacher, and as to the content of the lesson, talagang nahirapan talaga yung teacher, and the lesson is all about voices of the verb, the active and the passive, and changing passive to active and vice versa. And with this, I had seen that this teacher, talagang nahirapan siya. And after my observation, I got to look into the qualification, yung background ng teacher. Yun pala, hindi siya licensed teacher. Wala siyang licensure. Hindi siya nakapasa ng PBET that time. And it was only a requirement na yung 10 years, that's why nagiging regular siya. So sabi ko, when it comes to content, there is really a challenge on the part of the teacher. And that's why, since then, I have that mentoring with the teacher, having that 10 years experience in private school. At yun yung punto ko, Mr. Chair, na meron akong mga apprehensions din kung hindi makakapasa or hindi makaka-undergo ng licensure exam, like the one, yung konteksto na na-experience ko as a principal to that particular classroom teacher. And there I concluded na kaya pala hindi siya nakapasa because of course with that 10 years na kanyang experience, that qualified him to become a permanent teacher. And well, when it comes to the pedagogy, yung pagtuturo, improve niya yung kanyang pagtuturo, but then merong kunting apprehension on my part doon sa content na kung saan nahirapan talaga si teacher na magbigay ng kanyang knowledge at saka yung skill niya to the students because of course, yun yung nagiging measure ko, Mr. Chair, as a principal, na kaya pala hindi siya nakapasa because of this. And with the 10 years na experience, I guess it is not enough na meron siyang 10 years. But of course, what I'm pointing here is the licensure exam is still a requirement, hopefully, para sa pagiging isang teacher, Mr. Chair, based on my experience.
There are studies that we saw that in relation to the teaching profession, that 10 years is the best teacher, no? Meaning experience is the best teacher. And in some jurisdictions, they recognize that experience. No? But of course, the Philippines is a different setting. No? So what you're saying, Director Bermudez, and this is officially a comment from DepEd, that 10 years might be not enough and a licensure exam is still needed in order for DepEd to be confident in absorbing those teachers? Is that the official position of DepEd?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as contained in our position paper, the BHROD expresses the stand on the proposed amendments on the section registration without examination. It recommends reviewing the incorporation of practical skills and knowledge in the examination to determine whether adoption of alternative pathways, whether as a primary or additional option, or registration without examination is most effective approach to be adopted, as mentioned or expressed in our position paper, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. How about to TEC? What is your view on that 10 years registration for teachers who have taught for 10 years?
Of course, Mr. Chair, we support uh, the provision of the amendment on stating that teachers may be registered without examination. It's because we believe that 10 years as a teacher is enough for a teacher to be equipped with knowledge, the pedagogy, and that the 10-year experiences would really provide teachers to be a good teacher. So of course, it has to be backed up by the portfolio that he has to submit to whatever committee will be uh, provided in this particular area. But our stand is, of course, to still have this 10 years be given no examination after 10 years, but be given another pathway.
Can you cite some studies, or since you support this, can you cite some studies or jurisdiction that practices this 10 years and that yielded good results? Can you give us some? Because again, this is a provocative concept that we're introducing here in the Philippines. No? So, and I would like to hear from TEC, since you support this. What are the studies that backs up this type of concept that prove that this concept is actually effective and can yield to better learner outcomes?
Well, presently we cannot provide you with the study on this particular area, but we'll submit in your office whatever researches that we conducted. But presently, based on our discussion, is just that we support this based on our for example, personally, my mother is a product of this 10-year Magna Carta. He was given the license after 10 years, and I consider my mother as a good teacher, an effective teacher, because he retired with dignity, with okay naman yung kanyang naging pagtuturo, experience niya, more than 35 years in teaching experience. But we'll provide you with the research that we conducted, Your Honor.
Because in this proposal, it's only a one-time proposal. No? After the effectivity of this act, those who have been teaching for 10 years can apply one time. No? So there's a limited time period. But if it's effective, I was telling my staff yesterday, then why limit it to one time? Let's do it forever. So as long as the law is there, let's do it forever. But we want to understand from the body if this is a good pathway, meaning it's effective in delivering better learner outcomes, because we want to also see evidence that whether in the Philippines or other jurisdiction, that 10 years experience is enough to generate or to train a teacher to become a good teacher. No? So yun ang gusto namin malaman, Director Dr. Rumvi. Since TEC is in charge of teacher education, of course, that includes researches and analysis. We want to understand this, whether this concept is effective or not. Because we have an option to make it perpetual.
Yes, we'll provide you with the research, Your Honor.
Well, maybe the other resource persons can also join in that discussion. I have more questions for DepEd, TEC, and CHED, but I'll reserve it for later on. We'll go to one of the key agencies related to this proposal, and that's the PRC, represented by our very hardworking chairman, vice chairman, and member of the Professional Regulatory Board for Teachers, who's ever present every time we have hearings, technical working groups. They're the epitome of lifelong learning. No, no, no. Kaya masipag ho sila. So we call on Dr. Navarro for her comments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Greetings and of peace and well wishes to everyone. The position, the opinion of the Professional Board for Teachers is ours. Because we understand that all of you have your own positions and your own proposals, and we respect them. But we would like to ventilate our position, which is ethically and logically related to the mandate of the Professional Regulation Commission. Thank you. With that as a preamble, may I proceed? The position of the Professional Regulatory Board for Professional Teachers on the proposed amendments to Republic Act number 7836. The PRB for Professional Teachers respectfully endorses Senate Bill number 2840, authored by the Honorable Senator Win Gatchalian. The reason? The proposed amendments in SB 2840 are timely and relevant to the worldwide developments in education, and so remarkably comprehensive as to subsume the salient features of the other Senate bills, including the House of Representatives bill, in which the board also participated very actively. The underpinning message in the SB 2840 explanatory note is the importance that the world attaches to the license as proof of quality assurance in every aspect of human endeavor. This explanatory note coincides with the long-time joint advocacy of the PRC and the DOLE, Department of Labor and Employment, which is to make the Filipino professionals internationally competitive and respected. On the local front, there is a growing realization of the need to strengthen the neglected content knowledge of teachers, which may have resulted in the observed basic literacy inadequacies among school children. Pardon my saying it, but the PISA debacle, I think, is also the result of this inadequacy on content. This move of integrating pedagogy with content was started by CHED with CMO numbers 74 and 75 of 2017, which required every major specialization curriculum to include principles and methods of teaching in the major subject, assessment of learning outcomes from the content discussion, and using action research to support every academic-related decision and policy. On orders by DepEd, NEAP, the National Educators Academy of the Philippines, we are in constant dialogue with NEAP because NEAP is a very active proponent of continuing professional development programs. As you know, the CPD. To support every academic-related decision on orders by DepEd, NEAP is now preparing in-service training modules to strengthen the content knowledge of teachers. So may I quote our favorite expression among teachers: one cannot give what he does not have. A teacher cannot give what he does not have to the pupils. And so the board welcomes the move to modernize RA number 7836, which is 30 years old na po, Mr. Chair, ang aming law, and finds this as an opportune time to propose in Section 1, this Section 1 of Senator Wynn's proposal, the increase of the 5 members, because they retained it, 5 members of the board, increase it to 11 members to be structured in the following manner. 1 member specialized in early childhood education, Dr. Carol. 1 member specialized in special needs education. 1 member specialized in English. 1 member specialized in mathematics. 1 member specialized in science. 1 member specialized in good manners and right conduct and values education. 1 member specialized in health and physical education. And when I say health, that includes mental health. I'm 1 member specialized in technology and livelihood education, TechVoc. 1 member specialized in social studies. 1 member specialized in Filipino. 1 member specialized in culture and the arts. General education will comprise 1/3 of the major curriculum, and 2/3 of the major curriculum will integrate methods, assessment, and research in the particular major. Rationale for this proposal. This proposal will accomplish the following. First, Section 3, which retained this item in Section 8 of RA 7836. Thank you very much for retaining that, Mr. Chairman. And I quote, provided further that the membership to the board shall be evenly distributed to cover all levels of education, including equitable representation of the different fields of specialization. In 30 years, we have not been able to implement this very important provision of the law. The second rationale, alignment to the significant moves of CHED and DepEd to emphasize content knowledge of specialization among the professional teachers and develop competence in using pedagogical knowledge while mastering content knowledge in the discipline, which is the operationalization of the Schulman theory of teaching, which to me is an implementation of Mr. Chairman's advocacy for future-proofing any policy in education. Thank you very much. I submitted this to the Secretariat, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Actually, typically, there's a rule of thumb that I follow in creating boards and interagent. Sa batas, maraming mga interagency committees, interagency councils. One of the things that I follow is try to make it smaller because it's hard to get quorum. No? Quorum is very difficult to get. But in your proposal is to expand it. No? And I understand it earlier. I heard you earlier is to focus on different specialization. So being part of the Professional Teachers Regulation Board, this is something that I'm very very sure that you've studied very carefully, no? But what is the aim of expanding it and coming up with specializations for coming and dividing it into specializations coming from the different specialized fields, no? So what is the objective, and what do you see are the gaps that it aims to plug, no? um, because this is something that is quite unique, no, in terms of proposal.
Thank you, sir, for that very relevant question. Actually, the direction of the as you all know, the Professional Regulation Division Department is in charge of the professionals. So PRC gets the people when they're already professional teachers. Now, our concern is to help them go up the ladder, especially in terms of international competition. So, in the world right now, there is no other direction to go but specialization. All professions in the 46, among the 46 professions being regulated by PRC, all of us are going into specialization. And we thought that specialization is something that cannot happen immediately at the top. It should start from the bottom. So that is our concern, sir, that we really should start. And we have started, but we have not developed it well because we are, I mean, when I say we, my contemporaries are graduates of the program where there was specialization. I'm a major of English and meron pa kaming minor and a minor of mathematics. And so that's true for my colleagues. However, what happened in the process? Nawala na ng specialization ang elementary when there should also be, we start the specialization from the very beginning. Because there is a way of teaching English among the toddlers, among the nursery, among the kinder, but there is definitely a different system of teaching language or English for the senior high school who are about to enter the employment. So that is our concern, sir. The specialization is something that will put us above, together with the other members of the world community. Because there is no other place to go now in the world but to specialize. In fact, there was a joke before. There will be a time when one doctor will specialize in the left eye and another doctor with the right eye. I think that's happening now with the laser treatment. Huh? Inuunang mo na raw ang right, tapos na lang yung left. And then I know a friend who had an accident and had a sprained ankle, and she had to go to a doctor for the left ankle, the leg, but not to the right leg, you know. So that is to put on a very humorous perspective the importance of specialization. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. The Professional Regulatory Board for Professional Teachers, they're in charge of crafting the exam, diba? So if we increase it to 11 and allocate some of the seats to specialize or members who specialize, how will that change the dynamics in crafting the exam?
It will be this. I think it will be the same for us having experience, no? Because you know, the writers of the examination items are placed together. We call it. We were quarantined. We were quarantined, and we are together always, so we could communicate with each other from 10 to 15 days. And that was more than enough for us to consolidate. But if there is a specialization, mas madali. Kasi kesa yung lilima-lima o pipito-pito. Now, for instance, one has to take care of 3 areas and another 3 areas. You see, the attention is scattered. Whereas if it's only one specialization, well, for one member, I'm sure that member will be able to do it from the bottom to the top. Because our purpose really is to make it from K to 12. There should really be that's Brunerian theory of spiraling learning and instruction from kindergarten to senior high school. So I don't know if that answered.
But when they craft the question, we have 11 members, no?
Yes.
All of those 11 members
be
will now
together.
participate in crafting the questions.
Yes, but for each other's specialization. So it will there will be a requirement that all of them are teachers. I mean, finish a teaching course because even if he's a major of mathematics, but if he does not know how to teach, he doesn't know principles and methods of teaching, how to assess in mathematics, in the content of mathematics, and also how to do action research as basis of his instruction, then it will be useless. I mean, this proposal will be useless. If you, for instance, this is just an example. If, for instance, we hire an AB graduate who is an expert in arts, but no knowledge of pedagogy, I don't think this will work. But if this teacher took up education and she's an expert in the arts, that will be perfect for the examination.
All right. We understand now the proposal of increasing it to 11. And may I know, for other professions, is it also, are there professions in which they have more than 5 members?
That's what we've been observing, because the others with less, the examinees for teachers is probably you put together all their examinees, maybe 2/3. 2/3. Kasi we examine from 250 to 300,000 every year. Sila 100 only. Then siguro pinakamalaki na ang nursing and criminology. So nakikita namin yung iba 7 members of the board, yung iba 9 members of the board. Bakit tayo ganun lang, no? Although ang mga teachers talaga matiisin. talagang pinagsikapan naman ng mga teachers na gawin ang nararapat na dapat na inaasahan sa kanila, no? So yes, that happens, sir. Marami po na boards, padami ang members except the board for teachers.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Lucido.
Actually, we have been long waiting for the amendment of this RA 7836 because we really would like to do so many things, but our hands are tied by the law. Just like giving specializations, especially for early childhood, special needs education, then imagine putting together MAPE, TELE, a major in social sciences, and that's the reason why we can really do a lot, no? But the non-education graduates, for example, they cannot go nowhere. They cannot go to broadcast or what. All of them, they have to take social studies. Criminology applicants, they really would like to take up the LET, so we have to give them social studies. Same thing with Dr. Hiron here, no? I mean, Dr. Navarro, the 3 of us, we really have to do peer review, how would you call that, exchange of all of this. That's why we thought this law really, this amendment of the law really is a very much, it's an opportunity really for us to do what we think better that well, we call our agency, the agency PRC as regulatory agency. So I think we really have to look at the other agencies, and that's the reason why sometimes when they fail, we are also they look at us and said, but there are many things I think that would really happen. In fact, there is one part in the law which I think you never touch, and that's merit promotion. We're supposed to give in that law, RA 7836, that has never been implemented. Giving merit exam for teachers because
Taken by DepEd.
right. I think this has already been taken by DepEd. There was a time when PRC implemented this, but the provision is that there is no budget, I think, for that item. So they were not able to pursue it.
But DepEd has.
DepEd, I think, started doing it for merit promotion.
The Profession Regulatory Board, the primary function is the exam. Tama?
It's regulating through the board exam.
Through
I
the
think
board
that's the way-
exam, correct.
Yes.
So the board that you are in right now, the primary responsible is crafting the
Yes.
the
yes,
exam.
Yes.
And
Based
others,
on the
I'm sorry.
TOS of CHIP.
And
Yes.
we also participate in the trying of the professionals who are accused of violation of the code of ethics.
So that's the regulatory
Yeah,
portion.
that's the regulatory function also of the board. And can you imagine how many are these? How many cases we read? 100 probably a week cases. Of course, they are not penalized. Many of them are dismissed. No? But just to harass some teachers, they bring them to court. No? And we participate also. That's one of the. But the most important task now of the boards is the alignment with the Philippine Qualifications Framework Level 7 and 8. Yun po ang aming pinaghihirapan ngayon, 7 and 8. Because we want to be at par with the world. And we can realize that only if we are able to sign the mutual recognition agreement. And there are only eight professions which had succeeded in participating in the mutual recognition agreement. And these are accountancy, engineering, nursing, medicine, dentistry, surveying, I don't know why surveying, and tourism. No? In the ASEAN, the biggest number of professionals are teachers. And yet, ironically, we have not been successful in consolidating them and coming up with the mutual recognition agreement. But we're trying our best through the what do you call ICF, International Fund, International Fund, which the Department of Foreign Affairs gives us. So we were able to have the ASEAN Teacher Educators Conference 2 years ago. So that's another aspect of the regulatory function. So it's progressing also. Career progression and specialization, CPSP. So the progression for professionals is tied up with specialization.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. And right now, you only have 4 members, I understand. No? So you do all of those things. Kaya hindi ho kayo tumatanda dahil you're very busy. I have a lot of questions actually to the board, no? Because if you look at the law, central to this proposal is the board, no? Being the regulatory body. So I'll pursue that later on, but so that we can hear everyone, their comments in the proposed measure. So we'll call on our Executive Director for EDCOM, ED Carol Markey, for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, Mr. Chair, this This bill has long been conceived of, studied, conceptualized within EDCOM, and this is part of our priority area number 16, which is really aligning what we teach to what we test and what is needed in our classrooms. We have long engaged our partners in PRC in multiple conversations, also TEC, DepEd, CHED, and we are grateful to the commissioners here in the Senate, both our co-chair, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Lauren, and Senator Joel for filing the measures to amend the said law, and also in the House, all 5 commissioners for the House bill that has since been passed in the House. Mr. Chair, we have a slide prepared, but siguro I'll just summarize our main points that we would like to really advocate for. Next slide, please. As we all know, as articulated by our co-chair, Senator Win, it is really critical that the teaching quality is really improved, and that requires that we attract and retain the best available talents that are teachers in this country. Next slide. Just to summarize a few of our main points that we would like to propose in relation to the proposed measure is one, as already articulated by our chair earlier, the need to align what is tested with what is taught. And so actually in our conversations, baka there could be language that whatever is the currently promulgated curriculum should be what is tested. Because of the many, to future-proof it, we can never detail all the possible courses that may come up 10, 20, 30 years from now. But there are mechanisms by which these are formulated anyway. And in these boards or bodies, PRC is part of it. And so I think there might be some flexibility in the language to ensure that what is being taught should be what should be tested. So the second is to allow for multiple pathways to teacher professionalization. And as mentioned earlier, to allow those with many years of teaching experience to be able to take the licensure or to be accredited, to be professionalized or to be considered a licensed teacher, and also to explore the possibility of allowing accredited TEIs or those considered centers of excellence by the TEC and to exempt them from the pen and paper test as usually done, just to incentivize more to achieve higher levels of quality and to produce quality teachers. The third is to provide for exemptions and limited practice. I'll draw everyone's attention to RA 10533 Section 8, which allowed for the hiring of graduates of science, mathematics, statistics, engineering, and other specialists, as well as for TVET teachers to be able to teach during that time in senior high school. Mr. Chair, if you would recall in our consultations and site visit in the Philippine Science High School, one of the practices of the system was to allow actually science majors to be their teachers. And we've found in many studies that those with the content expertise are those that can actually teach better, especially for higher levels at the secondary. And so we would like to explore that possibility to provide for exemptions and also to allow for limited practice. We did a review of some laws, for example, in the legal profession. They do have explicit qualifications or provisions there that allow teachers who are just teaching part-time or who are just teaching for specific courses to be able to teach in the profession that currently are quite excluded because of our 7836 policy on the licensure of all teachers, which is very blanket in terms of its nature. The fourth is to increase transparency in the results and examinations. So this goes both ways for TEIs to post the results of their exam. Alam po natin that many of our teacher education institutions post the results, but only top performing. And sometimes we are blind that sometimes they are top performing or have high passing rates because they only have 5 examinees, 3 examinees. We need full transparency so that our consumers, our students, our parents are adequately really informed, and we bridge this asymmetry of information so that they could make the proper choices of teacher education institutions to select. And so both hands, we are requesting that PRC release the examinations for total transparency and also for the results to be public observation with the PRC in our many conversations that napakarami talaga paulit-ulit. Minsan 7 times lang nagtitake paulit-ulit. And so there needs to be 20 times pa daw. So 20 of the 30 years that they have been promulgating this law, nag-take yung ibang estudyante. And so, just a provision to require a refresher course. And also, given the expanding work and the depth of the work of the PRs and the board on this, on the Teacher Professionalization Act, to review the qualifications as well as the membership of the board. Mr. Chair, this is also another possible idea is, why not? Kasi I understand that in other professions, hindi naman mismong board lang yung kailangan mag-craft ng exam. They have a pool of examiners that they consult or that they get or commission every year to do it, and then they work together with them. So why do we have to burden the board to every year in and year out, to have the expertise in all of these areas and to be the one to do it themselves, when we are seeing in other areas that they do commission others to be able to collaborate with them in this process? So just some initial ideas, recommendations, Mr. Chair, and we will participate actively in the TWG to further flesh out these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, ED Carol. We'll call on RITQ, Dr. Palomar.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The Research Institute for Teacher Quality agrees or expresses our agreement with the provisions in the draft bills, particularly on the qualifications of the board members that highlight responsiveness to current and emerging demands in the teacher professionalization. The Institute, Mr. Chair, also agrees with the defined alternatives to written examination in the form of portfolio assessment, which has been proven maybe in Hong Kong, just a good example, okay, provided that the guidelines be framed based on the professional standards. We trust that the policy making agencies, including TEC, the Commission on Higher Education, and PRC, can develop these guidelines. Additionally, having a testing board with defined tasks to develop and to validate a written examination is viewed necessary. Identifying examination components is equally valuable to be clear on general parameters that can assess performance of teacher education graduates. Adding a practical component, on the other hand, as supplement to the written examination is particularly supported by RITQ. This can assess consolidation of teacher preparation, ongoing beyond the content knowledge, and having the graduate demonstrate transfer of learning. It is important to have the mastery of content, but equally important to know the pedagogy of the content. Also, making results and item analysis public can inform teacher education institutions in the curriculum innovations. And RATQ submitted more detailed paper enumerating consolidated and specific recommendations in the different sections of the draft bills. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll call on Dr. Balagtas of PNU.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to everyone. Allow me to share with you the position of the Philippine Normal University and some recommendations to the proposed amendments to RA 7836, considering 4 bills that were presented to us, 1 from the House and 3 from the Senate. Of course, we commend the policymakers for all these proposed amendments, as in our belief, this will really lead to improving teacher quality in the Philippines and eventually learning and outcomes. And as you were asking earlier on, Mr. Chair, as to what research we could cite where we could really attribute improvement of learning outcomes to quality of teachers, I could cite Jan Hattie, for example. In his study, he named a lot of factors that could explain learning outcomes, but one most influential factor is teacher quality. And I think about 30% of all these factors would refer to quality teachers. There are 6 areas in the proposed bills from the House and the Senate that PNU would like to commend and to propose improvements, probably. One of these is the composition of the board for professional teachers. Of course, we commend the proposals for the attempt to improve the composition, which will make it more inclusive and to strengthen the expertise of the board. But of course, we have other recommendations too. For our position, as I said, we strongly support the broadening and the nomination coming from different entities to include not only tech, CHED, but also state and private organizations. In fact, in one of the laws, there's even the inclusion of the Association for Students. But later on, I will read our recommendation for that aspect. We also believe and welcome the rigorous evaluation criteria for nominees, particularly their expertise in implementing teacher education programs, test development and analytics, logistics in wide-scale assessment, and system accreditations, as highlighted in the House Bill and in Senate Bill 284T. PNU supports public disclosure of the final list of nominees to the board, to ensure transparency, as highlighted in two bills again. PNU supports the provision for employees or officials of the government that may be seconded to PRC as members of the board for the duration of their term, as stipulated particularly in Senate Bill 2840. The inclusion of ethics and conflict of interest provisions for board members, as highlighted in three bills, is critical to safeguarding the credibility of the licensure process. Now, as regards all these proposed amendments in relation to the composition of the board, we recommend the following. First, to specify what we suggest here as organization for students, because we know that the requirement of the board is to have at least a board member of age at least 35. And we know students in teacher education programs may not be qualified to propose. And so what we would like to propose instead is an organization of students in graduate teacher education programs. Because I know of an organization, a SEC-registered professional organization for students in graduate teacher education programs. Maybe they could be, or maybe one of those that could represent entities that could nominate membership of the board. We also recommend regional engagement of representatives from all regions, may be similar to other boards that we know of, that there could be one each from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao to have a seat in the board. And this highlights representation in the diverse needs and conditions in teacher preparation. By doing so, the board can provide solutions to meeting the needs of a broader teaching group and types of teaching circumstances. PNU also recommend to incorporate a requirement for having continuous professional development experience as key for board membership. This can ensure that not only are they academically qualified, but they also have the understanding of needs that may shift over time due to the growing demands of professionals. This includes evidence of continued training or development in education and teacher quality. We also recommend to incorporate the conditions for those seconded at PRC to be members of the board to have come from teacher education institutions with high qualifications, including a needed doctorate degree in educational evaluation or its equivalent, with rich experience in wide-scale assessment, and with at least 15 years of teaching experience. Incorporate the provision allowing all board members, including the chair, to be reappointed for a second term, because in the proposed bills, I think only the members could be reappointed. But we propose the term of board to be 4 years instead of 3 years, similar to the term of president in chartered state universities and colleges, to allow enough growth and experience in the practice of their function. Another area that we commented on is on the eligibility of licensure examination. Of course, we found out that across bills, applicants of the licensure examination should be graduate of education programs, or if non-education professionals, that they should be taking a certificate in professional education. Our position is to support the focus on government-mandated curricula, as PNU advocates for the inclusion of these graduates. But we hope that we could also accommodate programs from which we consider as innovative. For example, we have straight programs, BES to masters, that they could be accommodated as well. And so this may not be prescribed in all the CMO 74 to 82, as they are all just concentrated in undergraduate programs. But in CMO 15, for example, series of 2019, there are innovative programs where there could be straight programs from bachelor's to even up to PhD. So this is something we need to accommodate to when we talk about licensing of teachers, because in our experience, as we have already graduated students in the straight BS to MA, they had difficulty in applying for lead. And that is simply because we are not totally aligned with what the CMO 74 to 82 require. We also would like to accommodate course variations in innovative teacher education programs from government-mandated programs. PNU supports the inclusion of the phrase. I think this is a good practice to make it future-proof, the inclusion of the word or the phrase or its equivalent. Let's say BSED and its equivalent, or other applicable fields of specialization with qualifications as determined by the Commission in coordination with the TEC in the section on required programs and courses as suggested in Senate Bill 2840 to accommodate innovation, especially as now we could actually promote two programs in the Philippines that are co-designed, co-implemented with foreign universities. With the Transnational Education Act that we have, this could allow probably innovations and maybe a little tweaking from the kind of program offerings we have here in the Philippines. And so our recommendation is to allow flexibility in the number of units and nomenclature of courses when assessing licensure examination eligibility of graduates of innovative teacher programs from high-performing TIs. We also recommend the development of a national framework of support for exam preparations, like subsidized or regulated review centers or online courses, especially for non-education graduates. This support would ensure that all candidates have equitable access to preparation resources. This would also be especially helpful for graduates from underserved or rural areas. The third area of our concern is the licensure examination reforms introduced in different bills. Of course, we noticed that across bills, the inclusion of practical component. Aside from the portfolio assessment, there is a recommendation for the inclusion of practical assessment like classroom observations to supplement results of the written assessment. Our position is that we support this reform. We need to report the scope of assessment by program as emphasized in the bills. The release of component specific results provide valuable feedback to candidates and to the institutions. Requiring PRC for immediate release of a sample of the items and their answer key and other relevant information to the public after the examination, aside from, of course, the reporting this to TEC, because we know in the TEC law, RA 11-713, that they are really mandated not to provide report to TEC, but it's a good idea that the public could also benefit from such reporting. We support requiring the applicant to attend refresher courses. That's also named, especially if they have been failing the exam for a certain number of times. We welcome a separate licensure examination for BSED, although we know in the original RA that BSED has been mentioned, but in the actual exam, BSED is required to take the same exam for the elementary graduates. We support the creation of a testing board. One of the proposed bills recommended that there is a testing board every year, and I think that could respond to the proposal of PRC of the inclusion of specialists, because the board could include the specialists in the different areas of specialization. And also the idea of having a third party to do the validation of the exam even before and of course after is its administration. We commend the credit. There's another bill, the House Bill 9979, that allows suggests the credit that could go to the provider of the continuing professional education of the non-education professionals, because the practice of PRC is that they attribute the success of the students, or maybe link the success of the students to their mother institution where they obtain their bachelor's degree, instead to attributing their success to the provider of their continuing professional education. Our recommendations as to the following. First, to the scope of the assessment. We support reporting of the scope of the assessment, whether written or the portfolio based, by program, but before the administration of the assessment, to inform the implementation of teacher education curriculum, that's one, by the TEIs, and also for the students to prepare themselves, especially if they come from innovative programs or programs that are co-delivered by a university in the Philippines and in other countries. Qualified degree programs. For that aspect. For the degree programs to be required from those qualified to take the licensure examination, there is a need to acknowledge the equivalency of the standardized teacher education curriculum as named in Senate Bill 2884, or similar to how they are named in House Bill 9979, like the DepEd and its equivalent, as I mentioned earlier, in anticipation of innovative teacher education degree programs to be offered in the Philippines by centers of excellence or maybe centers of innovation in teacher education, or those earned with a partner foreign university, as allowed in Republic Act number 11488, or known as Transnational Higher Education Act. Limiting the licensing to standardized teacher education curriculum may violate HCI's academic freedom and may stifle their capability to innovate different pathways to teacher education, including those that may be obtained through micro-credentialing programs. There is a need to clarify the scope of the bachelor's degree in early childhood education to cover age 0 to grade 3, because we know early childhood covers from age 0 to age 8, or that's grade 3 in our K-12 program, reflecting international best practices where early childhood education extends beyond preschool to the early primary years. Limiting its scope to only preschool, as currently stated in the bill, overlooks the critical continuity in early learning from preschool through early elementary. We also recommend the need to clarify the scope of the bachelor's degree in elementary education, or its equivalent, to explicitly cover grades 4 to 6 or stage 2, because we know stage 1 already covers up to grade 3. And training requirements for primary educators in many countries are differentiated, different for early childhood and that for elementary. The release of results, requiring PRC to release immediately the items and answer key and other relevant information within 48 hours after the examination, as suggested in two proposed bills, may not be possible. Maybe the board can better say this. If that will be done in different places and time for administration, considering access, safety, and well-being of teacher applicants. So what we are proposing is to increase that number instead of just limiting it to 48 hours, because we know some boards might be given in other countries, like those teachers in Hong Kong and nearby countries. It is also important to define the percentage of test items per component to be released every after examination. The bill did not specify what percent, but we hope this could be defined so we know what exactly is to be expected from the PRC when it releases a fraction of the exam to the public and not just to the TEC. In some board that I know of, for example, the marine education, I think they released, the board of examiners released 20% of the exam of what was administered. Okay, so that is, but not necessarily all, as we need to keep the integrity of high-stake assessments to maximize use of high-quality items and to save time and resources in the development and validation of valid items for the licensure examination. we suggest also that the researchers be given access to licensure examination data, provided anonymity of takers. And then again, that is to ensure or to facilitate not evidence-based policy formulation and research on teacher education and professionalization, similar to the data sharing practices in countries like USA and Australia. Now, regarding the refresher courses, we know that the proposed bills require a refresher course after 3 times of failing the exam. But what we propose is not to have it wait no up to the 3rd time. Maybe just a 2nd time of failing is already indicative of the needed intervention from the TEI. So we hope that this could be reduced to 2 times of failing instead of letting the teachers wait for 3 years before they are supported. So, requiring them to take a refresher course in the component that they failed is, I think, a good idea, but limit it to 2. 1 is enough, 2 is too much. That's what we normally say. Provide applicants who have failed for 3. So earlier on, we were talking about the number of years, 10 years, and if you have been repeatedly failing for 9 times and you are already on your 10th year, then you get your license. That's the Magna Carta for teachers. We hope this could stop. What we propose is because we suggested that after 2 consecutive failures, may refresher course that's also named, I think, in the IRR of the Professionalization Act. Sana po on the 3rd and 4th year, we change the system by letting these teachers, the flunkers, to go to the field and practice with the mentorship of teacher, maybe the master teachers on the 3rd up to their 5th year, no? So in other words, maybe they need to really improve their craft by them being immersed into the teaching profession, not necessarily playing the role of a full-fledged teacher, but being mentored by a full-fledged teacher, or maybe serving as teacher assistant, just like practices in other ASEAN countries. Like in Singapore, they don't give full licensure. The exam is just an initial certification, but after the teachers have been teaching for 1 to 2 years, then the MOE will certify if they could get the full certification as teachers. So that is a good practice probably that Singapore has that we could adapt as well. Now, another area is the pathways for teacher licensure. We support all the suggested alternatives to the written examination. Our position is to commend all of this, but we have some suggestions too. What we propose is to implement a standardized framework for evaluating teaching portfolios aligned with professional teaching standards. I myself have been a practitioner of portfolio assessment for more than 3 decades, and we know that just relying on evidence without clear framework may be in danger. Require rigorous monitoring and validation mechanisms for institutions offering certification in professional education program. I think this was mentioned earlier in the presentation of CHED, that we also would like to propose that the ones offering CPE are at least centers of development in teacher education, or maybe they have a proof of a level 3 accredited teacher education programs, and not for anyone to just offer this CPE, this continuing professional education. We also support the proposal for portfolio assessment in lieu of the written assessment for TEIs who have high passing rate. And in the bill, what was mentioned is at least 80%, but what we are proposing is to increase that to 90%. You know, if you have 5 students, in 80%, 1 flunk. And if you are a center of excellence, that should not happen, okay? It's good if the number of examinees is high, 80% maybe is good, but for some institutions with fewer takers, then 80 is quite low. So we propose increasing that to 90%. But this is our recommendation. It's not forever that they will be doing that. In the proposed bill, if you have a good record in the past 5 years, then you could qualify. But we want to have a validation of their good practice. So our suggestion, the PNU's position is on their 6th year of continuous use of portfolio assessment, that they be required to take again the written assessment so that we could monitor too their consistency, and so that they could also introduce internal mechanisms in quality assuring their graduates. Like in the case of PNU, we do have our exams, exit exams. No, we have the Gen Ed exam, then Prof Ed, and the final exam. So that's an institutional practice aside from their portfolio assessment. Dr. Brando has mentioned about some universities, Education University of Hong Kong specifically, has been using portfolio assessment to pre-service teachers, and they have been very successful to doing that. And we are doing that as well in the university. But, you know, being into assessment, we don't see a perfect assessment. All these good assessment approaches have their strengths and imperfections. So balancing the use of all these imperfect assessments is a good practice. In other words, we do acknowledge the contribution of written assessment in certifying teachers, but we know it has its imperfections, and its imperfections could be complemented by the use of another assessment. And in the proposed bills, practical assessment has been suggested, and of course, portfolio assessment. So we support those, but it has to be verified. And so teachers who have been, TEIs who have been enjoying the use of portfolio assessment because of their consistent high performance inlet should be compelled to go through the same process after a certain number of years. In our proposal is after 5 years. We also propose integration of practical components. We support the recommendation for the integration of practical components to assess teaching skills through the conduct of demonstration teaching in the classroom, but to be done at the school level, guided by standardized framework for practical assessment. It would be very cumbersome for PRC to do that. So if that happens, it has to be done at the school level. This practical assessment should be done after the initial certification. In other words, our recommendation is for the LET, which is a written assessment, be just an initial certification for teachers. And the full certification happens after they have tested their teaching skills in the classroom for 1 to 2 years, probably similar to the practices of several jurisdictions, to name a few: Singapore, Germany, New York, and Australia, to assess their fitness to the teaching profession and to be given full certification only after they have been recommended by the Department of Education based on their demonstrated performance of the professional standards for teachers. We also commend the suggestion for alternative pathways to licensing, but we would like to add more to that. And our suggestion is to also recognize teachers who have their master's degree in teacher education, be another way or another route to certifying teachers. As earning a master's degree is already indicative, hopefully, of the strengthening of their content knowledge and pedagogy and the inclusion of research in their degree. This pathway acknowledges advanced preparation and competencies gained through postgraduate studies, a practice seen in other countries like US and Finland that offer alternative certification for highly qualified graduates or teachers with their master's degree as a minimum requirement. The fifth area that we examined is the institutional accountability and transparency. We propose the following to require the board to provide contextualized performance reports, including data on institutional resources and candidate demographics. We know that in one of the bills, the recommendation is for the board to release their analysis of the performance of its TI in the last 10 years. So we support, but we hope we could be provided more information, including the demographics of these students. Report the makers of the examination or the third party engaged to be the developer of the examination and to do the item and data analysis for transparency. For the professional development of teachers, we recommend the following. Of course, we commend the mandate of continuing professional development as a requirement for maintaining licensure, but we recommend the following: to establish also a national framework for continuing professional development, co-designed by TEC, CHED, and DepEd, and that includes modules on technology integration, inclusive education, and ethical standards. Implement the periodic merit examination of teachers as defined in Section 19 of the implementing rules and regulations of RA 7838. That was mentioned a while back that it has never been implemented because that section requires the teachers to be given a periodic assessment every 3 years, I guess, or 5 years. That should be implemented. That is a very good section of the law, and they should be designed based on the professional standards for teachers as basis for the renewal of their license, if not for their promotion. Provide for greater incentives, professional development, and support to the teachers in rural and underserved areas to eradicate inequalities in schooling, and to incorporate mental health and wellness programs for teachers in order to address well-being issues and prevent burnout, increasing job satisfaction and productivity. The proposed amendments, Mr. Chair, present a significant opportunity to enhance the quality of the teaching profession in the Philippines, and PNU affirms its commitment to contributing to these reforms and ensuring that they align with the nation's goals for educational excellence and equity. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Balagtas. We call on University of the Philippines Diliman College of Education, headed by Dr. Magtoto.
Sorry.
Yes, the University of the Philippines College of Education do believe in the proposed amendments and would like to emphasize that we do recognize that it has been long known that the quality of teachers and the quality of their instruction are key determinants of student learning outcomes. So we have comments on sections of the proposals of the 4 bills. For Section 5 on the creation and composition of the board, we do believe that on the choice of the members of the board, the proposal to have a short list of nominees coming from relevant agencies and associations such as TEC, DepEd, CHED is noteworthy. It is very important and necessary that the members of the board would be endorsed by these agencies to collaborate. However, a query on the Accredited Association of Teachers is in order, and probably this would be resolved in the TWG. HB 9979, SB 2830, SB 2884 also proposed to include an association of teacher education students. So should this amendment be approved, then there is a need to organize such an organization that would represent the teacher education students on a national scale. We see this as an implementation challenge. Section 7 on terms of office, the proposal on secondment of public school teachers if chosen and appointed as a member of the board is commendable, since a great majority of the professional teachers are in public education, state teacher education institutions. This proposal seems contrary though, it moved. This proposal seems contrary to the provision of RA 7839 Section 8F on board members not being an official or member of the faculty of any educational institution. However, SB 2840's inclusion of the phrase "at the time of appointment" remedies this conflict. So the proposal on term limits of board members is also necessary and helpful, and hopefully it would be implemented once the amendments are passed into law. Provisions of statements on conflict of or pecuniary interest are necessary control measures upholding the highest ethical principles worthy of the teaching profession. On Section 8, qualifications of board members. Inasmuch as each member of the board is the epitome of professional standards, the proposal to require a higher academic qualification, such as a master's degree from a reputable education institution, is in order. The inclusion of teacher education faculty members to be qualified as board member is but logical due to his or her expertise and experience in teacher preparation. In Section 13, examination, registration, and license required. So the proposal to include an alternative pathway to teaching profession is novel, at least in the history of Philippine education system, as we know it basically. And we stated some studies that are in our proposal, so I won't read through that. And we were silent on the 10-year experience proposal. This because we do believe that more than that, it's really important that the teacher first has a solid, broad knowledge base. So that's one of the things that we looked into studies. So the cited studies are strong and legitimate evidence for the proposal to recognize prior teaching experience and the building of teaching portfolio as a proof of professional development and competencies in TPAC. The additional provision to have this pathway open to those who graduated from Teacher Education Center of Excellence with proven track record of passing the licensure examination is also a welcome proposition. Simply because we're EP. However, the proposed amendment on the Commission to provide the criteria of professional standards for teachers in determining the satisfactory demonstration of submitted portfolio would lead to implementation hurdles. So we ask if the current DepEd PPST would satisfy this criteria, and that would be something that needs to be resolved. We also would like to know if the Commission would have the power to create relevant structures, offices, and operational mechanisms while implementing the portfolio pathway to becoming a professional teacher. Would it be induction? Would it be clinical supervision? What would be the pathway? On Section 14, scope of examination, the proposed amendments on the components of the examinations as defined by SB 2830 are unclear and seemed not aligned with the current teacher education curriculum. Proposed amendments from SB 2840 seemed more acceptable, as these are aligned with the current curriculum, general education, professional education, and field of specialization. And on Section 15, qualification requirements of applicants, the requirement of a refresher course for applicants who failed to pass the examination thrice would put premium on the BPLT and so the teaching profession. And that would finish all of our comments. We do want to reiterate that we are willing to work with the TWG in order to craft the law so as to be amended. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Magtoto. We call on, we also invited different association of teachers. So we'll start off with Dr. Balancho of the Philippine Public School Teacher Association.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good noon to everyone. Representing the Philippine Public School Teachers Association, Dr. Gilbert Sansad as our National President, the Regional Director of the DepEd Region 5. And for the information of everyone, the Philippine Public School Teachers Association comprises of more than 200,000 members nationwide. And members are the regional directors, assistant regional directors, education supervisors, district supervisors, school heads, the principals, the head teachers, master teachers, assistant superintendent, and the school's division superintendent who will appoint the recipient of this particular House bill, the teachers, in which the superintendent are the accountable on the performance of the teachers after having been appointing the teachers in the Department of Education, manifesting in the result of the pupils. And the PPSTA somehow extend the appreciation to the honorable senators who are the proponent of this particular amendments of the Republic Act. The teaching profession is one of the most critical pillars of national development. Teachers shape the minds of future generation, directly influence the growth of society. Amending Republic Act 7836 to Republic Act 9230 92 to 9293 reflects the evolving needs of the teaching professions and ensures the framework regulating the sector remains relevant and effective. The key reason of the PPSTA support: one, enhancing professional standard. The amendments elevate the standards of the teaching profession by ensuring that teachers meet the necessary qualifications. This is achieved through more robust licensing process and continuous professional development, hereby guarantee that educators are well equipped to deliver quality education. Second, streamlining licensure requirements. By making adjustment to licensure requirements, the law becomes more inclusive without compromising the quality of educators. This benefit aspiring teachers and align the licensing process with the realities of the Philippine educational system. And lastly, promoting lifelong learning. The inclusion of continuing professional education, the so-called CPA, underscores the importance of the lifelong learning among teachers. This ensures that educators stay updated with modern pedagogical techniques, technological advancement, and curriculum changes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We call on the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, represented by Dr. Lucas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of the points we have here have been mentioned, so I'll try to be very, very brief. On the institutions who can nominate, we appreciate very much the inclusion of the ECCD Council as one who can nominate. And then also we find it also challenging that student association would be included. So we agree with PNU that maybe graduate students can be considered. Now, in the interest of future proofing, we are again happy that there is emphasis on early childhood alongside elementary and secondary. But we are suggesting that instead of naming the three, we can say that the scope and content should be determined by the degree programs undertaken by students in recognized teacher education institutions as outlined in CHED-approved curricula, and as PNU mentioned, maybe also of their equivalent, so that it will cover straight programs like physical education, special education in the future. And also we agree with what UP mentioned about the scope mentioned in 2830. It's not very clear. So we agree with the scope being clustered under general education, professional education, and fields of specialization. So we are really waiting for this, because for the longest time, how can you be certified, licensed as a teacher in early childhood when you did not take a specialization test under that? No. Okay. So also in the proposed non-education students taking 18 units, we proposed the inclusion of experiential learning courses, because I think it's very vital for these unit earners to also have field study and internship, to have a total of 30 units instead of 18 units. In fact, others in teacher education would say they should take the entire 60, but maybe that's really too much. So we are proposing 30 instead of 18 because of the experiential learning courses. And then on the chairmanship, it says here that in Senate Bill 2884 that the chairperson shall not be reappointed. Instead, we are suggesting, that while the chairperson may not be reappointed as chairperson again, he or she can still be reappointed as a member of the board to ensure continuity. Because what is indicated is 2 terms of 3 years each. So maybe that should be clarified because it just says chairperson shall not be reappointed. Okay. And then those who failed the LET 3 times, so we are suggesting a refresher course of 9 units. Okay, any other that we have? Okay, I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll call on Biology Teachers Association of the Philippines, represented by Dr. Ipulan Colette.
Good noon to everyone. So for the Biology Teachers Association, so we are a group of biology teachers from different levels. So it encompasses those of edu graduates and even the BS, MS, and PhD graduates. So we interact with each other so that we get updated from content and also for pedagogy. So in this case, first we would like to thank the body for the continuous intention to create a better law that shows that we are working towards the betterment and change progress itself. So change has to be strategic and we have to identify whether this is a step towards the right direction. So please allow me to list down first the proposed amendments that we highly support. So we highly support those of the amendments on the composition of the PRC board, including the MS to PhD requirement from the BS to MS or PhD requirement. And then the chairperson shall not be reappointed, and that the 10 years as teacher or 10 years as a faculty in the educational institution would be included in the requirements. Additionally, we also highly support the release of the DLET questions and subsequent external analysis of these questions. And hopefully, there will be a conduct of research on the effectivity and relevance of the written examination as an actual basis for licensing. And then for the scope of examination, leading towards specialization, we highly support that. However, in the implementation in the school level, there should be a strict implementation of giving teaching loads that is based on their specialization. Because if this will not happen, it will defeat the purpose of having a specialization in the exam, but is not implemented strictly in the actual schools. Now, for the amendments that we have some reservations, primarily on the alternative pathway to professionalization, which is the research portfolio. So this is stemming from 2 general factors. So first is, we have a data that suggests that this is the step towards a better direction in the Philippine context. Whether this an alternative path of submitting a portfolio is an effective and as effective as the licensure examination. So there should be a Philippine contextualization showing that this is possible, given our different setups, given our different culture. So there's a social-cultural implications of these changes. Next is, how do we view licensure examination for teachers, as opposed to other profession that requires the written examination? So is there something that we want to identify or separates us, or separates, because I also took the licensure examination. And so why we are taking that out as a primary option should have a great basis. And that leads to our request for clarification of 2 main things. First, what is the purpose of the amendment on the alternative pathway for professionalization? Is this to increase the number of professional licensed teachers? Is this to identify or to create a pathway because the written examination is no longer enough to identify verification of our professional teachers? If so, why not change the written examination or create a different professionalization procedure as a whole. Basically because if you have two alternative pathways, as mentioned by Dr. Balagtas, there are imperfect assessments. So you can have two imperfect assessments that can be used in the process of professionalization. But the thing is, they are not combined. They are separate, meaning one can be taken instead of the other. So that begs the question, we will have, do we still believe in the credibility of the written examination? If yes, then why do we offer this alternative pathway, and why or how we can assess and standardize the other pathway the same way as we do in the written examination? So these are in part of the purpose, the question on what is the purpose. Next is, who is this serving primarily? So because there's a collatilla here saying that it should be applicable to the 80% for those top performing schools. So in this case, the top performing schools are already expected to actually produce graduates that can pass the LET. Right? So that's why the question is, who is this serving? Is it serving the teachers? Is it serving an administrative process? Is it serving the learners? Or it's the appropriate action, or the problem is solving quality education? If so, this is a component, the Professionalization Act is it's a national component that we want to change for the who. So primarily, that's what we want to be clarified. Because if we are thinking that there's a reduction in the passers of LET, then it's either we look at the tool or we look at the actual curriculum and the alignment of the tool and the curriculum. So instead of delegating resources to identify an alternative pathway for research portfolio, resources that we make sure that the research portfolio assessment is proper, standard, then why don't we just delegate it to making sure that more TEIs can produce graduates that can actually pass the LET. So those are some of the clarifications that we wish to obtain further. Okay, so this tells us that when we view the professionalization exam, there should be a level of standardization. And since different teachers from different schools can produce different teaching portfolio, this will be forever a question. And so that's why we are saying, how can we say that the standardization of the written examination is similar to that of the research portfolio? Next, how can we evaluate so I mentioned that is equivalent to the passing of the PRC exam. So what are the data available that suggests that this amendment is the right pathway, or that alternative protocol is the right pathway? And then, if ever, so in relation to the question of who is this serving, is it serving an incentivization of COEs or high-performing schools? So if that is the case, is this the proper venue to incentivize those TEIs or those COEs? Because as mentioned, they are already producing very good teachers who are high performing in the licensure examination. So in summary, we just want to be clarified of these points, because right now we have high reservations on supporting the proposed alternative pathway via research portfolio. So clarification on the purpose of the amendment and who is this serving, and hopefully we can get data on the Philippine context on why this pathway is necessary and the best way to go, and how we view licensure examination in the Philippines for teachers as opposed to other professions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ipulan Colette, and thank you for asking those tough questions. In fact, yesterday when I was discussing with our team, those are exactly the questions I also posted to my team. Primarily, how do we assure ourselves and the country that the portfolio method or portfolio assessment is will equally generate quality teachers, because this is a new concept that we're introducing to the teaching profession. In fact, there are three pathways. Number one, the pen and paper. Number two, the portfolio, and number three, the 10-year registration. No? So there are three pathways, and I was asking them, is those questions. No, number one, what are we aiming to achieve? Are we aiming to achieve a teacher supply deficiency? Meaning, do we lack teachers? That's why we want to have a portfolio assessment so that we generate or create more teachers. Are we also saying that the portfolio assessment is that it's equivalent to a pen and paper assessment? So those are the questions also that I was asking my team, and I will ask that later on to our experts. Now, I heard from our resource persons their support to this alternative pathway, and I'm sure those support have reasons and pieces of evidence to back it up. So we'll discuss that in detail later on. I think if you can divide the bill into three parts, no? Three important parts. Number one is the composition of the board. And I think this is quite universal. I think everyone agrees that we should expand and specialize it. Number two, the courses in the exam, the specialization in the examination. I think everyone agrees with that as well. And then number three, the alternative pathways. Personally, I am also in the middle of convincing myself. So, and that's why we have to ask those hard questions, because once we enact this into law, it's not only assuring DepEd or assuring our private schools, assuring the entire country, that these alternative pathways will generate quality teachers, or at least assure us that we are creating quality teachers for the system. So those are the things that we should answer later on. Now we call on Dr. Nonato Santos of the Philippine Association of Physics and Science Instructors.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. For the Philippine Association of Physics and Science Instructors, we would like to include the continuous professional development, to include mandatory continuous professional development programs for teachers that must be updated every 5 years, to ensure that teachers are up to date with pedagogical practices, technological advancements, and changes in the curriculum, because we are, of course, in the sciences. Establish a more comprehensive framework for teacher certification that includes practical experience, probably, peer reviews, and performance assessments, and to ensure that only qualified teachers are certified to teach, thus improving the overall quality of education. We agree with the inclusion of specialized areas of teaching, expanding the realm of specialization under the Professionalization Act to include emerging fields such as mentioned a while ago, special education, technology integration, and mental health education, to support the growing diversity in educational needs and the demand for specialized teaching expertise. Also, the mental health support for teachers establish a provision for mental health resources and support systems for teachers, including counseling services and stress management training, to address the increasing mental health challenges that educators face in their profession. Also requires school to implement measures that reduce non-teaching responsibilities for teachers by providing administrative support. The rationale is to allow teachers to focus more on instruction and student outcomes rather than the administrative tasks. Implement training programs that focus on integrating technology into teaching methods and classroom managements, and to prepare teachers for modern teaching environments and to enhance student engagement through technology. And I agree that we should create a standardized evaluation system for teachers that includes student performance, feedback from peers, and self-assessment to provide a holistic view of teachers' effectiveness and areas for improvement. For the promotion of research and innovation, I think that we need to allocate funding for teachers to engage in educational research and innovative practices in teaching, so that we can foster a culture of inquiry and continuous improvement in teaching methodologies. And then, of course, to strengthen our association or teachers associations, enhance support for teachers associations, professional organizations to engage in advocacy, professional development, and collaborative learning, to enable teachers to have a stronger voice in educational reforms and policies affecting their profession. As of now, we have 20,000 reviews for ongoing survey on regarding the LET examination, and we agree that for those applicants who have failed LET 3 times, is to have a refresher course should be taken by the applicants. And a refresher course, the format of refresher course, and according to our survey, if it's possible, it's hybrid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We recognize the presence of our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Welcome, sir. Next will be, we also have some representatives from the private sector. We call on attorney from Cocopea, Attorney Jacome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Pimentel and everyone. Cocopea respectfully manifests our comment to the amendments to the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act as follows. First, in some versions like Senate Bill 2884 and Senate Bill 2830, the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Association, or COCOPEA, which comprises around 3,000 private schools around the country, is included in the list of agencies who will screen, evaluate, and shortlist the nominees for the recommended position of the Board for Professional Teachers. But in some other versions, COCOPEA is not included. So, should this bill be pursued, may we therefore humbly and respectfully request that COCOPEA be included as one of the agencies who will nominate the members of the board, so that the private education sector will also be represented. And as mentioned a while ago, so that the list be inclusive, because most of the agencies there in the list are coming from the public sector or government instrumentalities. Secondly, about the alternative pathways, Senate Bill number 2840, Section 13, provides a teacher may be registered even without examination, as long as he complies with the stated requirements, such as teaching experience for 10 years and other alternative pathways. Our reservations and queries and concerns about the said provision are as follows. Number one, jurisprudentially, requiring board examination is an exercise of police power of the state, so that only the best and qualified may be allowed to teach. But by this provision, by implication, this will allow teachers to teach even without passing the LET, in order for them to gain the required 10-year minimum teaching experience, for example. We recommend that this has to be studied, reviewed, and aligned and harmonized with other education laws, such as the Enhanced Basic Education Act, Manual of Regulation even, which require licensure secured after examination before being allowed to teach. Another reservation we have about this alternative pathway would be this. In our experience, most private schools undergo accreditation to enhance our school standards. And most accrediting agencies like PAASCU, PACOCOA, etc., would require a high percentage of teachers who pass the LET. But with these provisions, schools, especially private schools, may find it difficult to meet such standard or compel our teachers, especially newly hired teachers, to secure their license as soon as possible. We therefore suggest that this provision be studied carefully and reviewed properly, and the clear guidelines be made considering the possible implications and adverse consequences which I have just explained. In other words, we are actually asking, will these alternative pathways really advance trust, confidence, and quality in our educational system? So we manifest, therefore, our willingness to help and contribute in the TWG that will be created for this matter. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Jacome. We're also joined by the Philippine Business for Education, represented by Mr. Santos, Adonis Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I'm on the tail end of the resource person, so I won't cite all our comments in our position paper. In any case, it has been filed. Our president is also a member of the technical advisory of EDCOM, so naturally our recommendations are aligned with theirs. But I guess I just want to emphasize one thing. The bill and many of the provisions of the bill are future facing. I think they're looking towards the future of pre-service teacher development. And I think as a natural result of that, many of the provisions are radical, or they could seem radical because they're very different to what we're doing. But I think representing the private sector and business, I think it behooves me to mention that we are in a learning crisis, that our house is on fire. So maybe we do need some radical solutions. This does not mean that we want to rush the research, the bill, the past 2 years, and this is why we have EDCOM. EDCOM has shown that we can apply a sense of urgency, but consult all the experts, get all the research, get all the data. So I just want to emphasize that our organization is very supportive of the ideas found in this bill. The specific provisions, we will defer to the experts, but we really appreciate that we have all been called here and that there is urgency in terms of passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. I miss one government agency, and this is the ECCD Council, the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, represented by Mr. Sabalsa.
Good noon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Senator Pimentel. The ECCD Council extends its full support to the Senate Bill number 2840, further amending Republic Act number 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, as amended by Republic Act 9293. Specifically in the inclusion of early childhood education, specific examination, which shall ensure competency of the teachers, which is also aligned with the direction of the Education Commission to professionalize the ECE teachers. The proposed amendment will also ensure the quality of early learning in the country. This proposed Senate bill will also support the creation of plantilla position at the local level. as we think, and shall provide opportunity to ECE graduates in practicing their field of specialization, not just to the Department of Education in the kindergarten, but also to those giving services to below 5 years old at the local level. This will also encourage our child development workers to further their studies in the field of education. However, we propose that the specific provision in Section 13A to be more specific as to how we measure the experience, appropriateness of experience for that 10 years, particularly for the child development workers. It's our also position that not all child development workers who have been in the field for more than 10 years are really expert in providing early childhood appropriate experience to our children. So we also need to take a look into what will be our metrics of measuring and evaluating the portfolio of our teachers and workers to that case. And also that alternative pathway to professionalize our workers and teachers, particularly to the early childhood, it is our inquiry also what will be its repercussion to those who are serving for more than 10 years in the field of early childhood who are not graduate of education or other related courses, but are really vying to have that opportunity to be professionals. So our position to this shall be submitted to the office of Senator Gatchalian for further recommendation and also clarification on the provision of the said bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sabalsa. I want to focus again on the alternative pathways because that seems to be the it's an innovation for sure, but it's not the usual pen and paper approach that we're all used to. I would like to ask Dr. Navarro, aside from the teaching profession, are there other professions that are that allows portfolio submissions or other than pen and paper examinations?
No, we have not required that, but we are requiring it and presently practicing it in career progression and specialization for professionals. The main tool that we use in evaluating whether they should receive some points under continuing professional development or CPD is through their portfolio. Not only portfolio, journals also, and anecdotal records. But we have complete mechanics on these three tools. And we have also a set of mechanics for assessment. Because while we receive portfolios, how do we evaluate? I think PRC has it. And this is really to complete our intent to align the continuing professional development with the Philippine qualifications framework, specifically level 7 and 8, sir.
But out of the 40 plus professions,
No.
are there any professions that allows
No, sir.
portfolio submission?
No, sir.
So
But
if ever this pushes through, the
this will
teaching
be the
profession will be the first one.
will be the first.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But we have integrated the practical component to go to board exams, namely dentistry and optometry. But the rest, there are no experiential or practicum components.
In our in the proposals, one of the alternative pathways is to submit portfolio, your portfolio. If you come from a center of excellence in which it has passed for the last 5 years 80%, tama? No? So meaning there are two important criteria. One is you have a COE, you're a COE. Number two, you have to consistently pass 80%. Diba? So if you look at, I was looking at the COEs right now, there are about 35 COEs. Out of the 35 for elementary, 13, COE na ito this is COE. No, out of the 35 COEs for elementary education, 13 did not pass 75 and above. No? For secondary, 20 did not pass 75 and above. So all of them are below 75. So in other words, for elementary, only 22 COEs will qualify that two criteria, and for secondary, about 16 will qualify. No, so in other words, COEs is not enough. No, it's not enough that you are a COE, because based on the current setup right now, there are COEs that do not even pass more than 80%. So that's why in the TEC law, there's now we vested the TEC the power to select and also to unselect center of excellence. No? And that's also an important move for the TEC to completely revamp the center of excellence, the centers of excellence, because the direction there is to make sure that the center of excellence is really performing as centers of excellence. And we should trust those centers of excellence that they will be generating quality teachers. That's the overarching message. Because they're center of excellence, we trust them. No? But is that trust enough? And enough assurance that we will generate quality teachers? I think that's the question of Mr. Colat, Dr. Colat earlier. No? Because the portfolio assessment is basically saying that if you are a center of excellence, that the portfolio is already enough to assure the country that you are of quality, or we're generating quality teachers from that. So, Dr. Navarro, is that enough? You think, based on your experience as the chairperson of the regulatory board?
It's very difficult to make a sweeping conclusion regarding that, because there has not been any empirical data. If that is supported by research, then probably the correct decision can be made. But offhand, one information that I can share is that there is no shortage of teachers. In the past several years that this present board has been working in PRC, we know that there is a surplus of qualified, because they pass the board examinations, of qualified teachers of about 40,000 every year. So we add this every year cumulatively. We have really an oversupply of teachers. No? But what we lack is really undersupply in some disciplines. And the disciplines where we need really teachers, good teachers, are the sciences, mathematics, good English language instructors. To us, these are the disciplines which really need more qualified teachers, sir.
Will the alternative pathways generate those specialization? I do agree. Based on our EDCOM, and si Dr. Our ED Carol will probably can also join in. We also saw shortage in specialized fields. No? In later on, I'll show.
The 10 years, sir.
Because we also, based on our studies, we don't have any shortage of teachers. Based on our studies, no.
It's only in a particular discipline.
But will the alternative pathways generate the specialized teachers that our schools need?
I don't think so, sir. I bet I will agree to somebody who said that we consider them as special, visiting teachers, or part-time teachers, or adjunct teachers. but definitely not the professional teacher who is supported by the license. I don't think 10 years of experience will be the equivalent, will be sufficient to qualify a teacher to teach in the classroom, not 10 years. Although we practice that we have been practicing that, by the way, provided they pass the PIBET. Provided they pass the PIBET. Even if 20 years have passed, they've been teaching without license. But if they come up, they present to PRC a certification from the Civil Service Commission that they passed the Philippine Board Examination for Teachers sometime prior to 1995. Then they are given the license without examination. But the PIBET is just like the board examination now, specifically for classroom basic education teaching.
In your opinion, what does the alternative pathways aim to solve?
The alternative pathway, sir, with the way we are implementing it in PRC, is to continually improve the professionals.
That's in the context of CPD.
Yes, in the context of CPD. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
but
sir.
for this one, for licensure.
But not for licensure.
But in your opinion, the portfolio assessment, the 10-year registration, which are considered alternative pathway, what does it aim to achieve?
Not in the present situation in the Philippines.
So wala siyang
Wala, baka po ma-abuse yun.
Okay. I'd like to call on PNU because PNU is also an advocate, and then UP College of Education. Dr. Malagtas, what do you think is the objective of the alternative pathways?
Well, I guess because we understand the imperfections of assessment, that we know written assessment has its strengths, but it has its imperfections as well, and its imperfections could be complemented by other forms, like that of portfolio assessment. Mr. Chair, I have been a user or a practitioner of portfolio assessment. It has evolved from pen, the pen and paper portfolio assessment to digital, and then later on to online assessment. But for undergraduate or would-be teachers, I would endorse still the application of balanced assessment. Although for research purposes, as I have reported earlier on, we support the need for exploring other ways to certifying teachers by allowing highly select teacher education institutions, particularly those who have been consistently producing passers of high level of passing rate in the last 5 years, to explore on this area of certifying teachers. But in our recommendation, we still would like to ensure that these practitioners, if ever they will be allowed, to verify their consistency of quality education by letting them take the LET at a certain number of years. Like in our recommendation, after 5 years of exploring on how portfolio assessment could be best way of certifying teachers, go back and take the exam again, and let's see if you are still consistent in producing passers in the exam. So it's not really full implementation without any verification alone. In our practice, when we do portfolio assessment, it's not just simply providing evidence. It's really justifying why such evidence is worth keeping in alignment with the professional standards for teachers. We practice self, peer, and professional teachers' assessment of their evidence. But each of these indicators defined in the professional standards for teachers has to be provided evidence with at least 3 evidence per indicator. That's how we do it for all the 3 indicators in the PPST for beginning teachers. So it must really be well defined as to how evidence could substitute written assessment, if ever that would be allowed for some high-performing teacher education institutions. I've done a research on this because when I introduced portfolio assessment in 1997, after I've got trained by the Australian government, I did that for the pre-service teachers, and it was an acceptable way of assessing learners. The higher their attitude is towards portfolio assessment, they become more excited, and of course that relates positively to their achievement. But that kind of practice is good to the ones that we train for graduate students, masters and PhD, because I tried that as well. Portfolio assessment would be a good way of assessing them because they could provide a lot of evidence because they have been, teaching, and they could provide as many as we could define, no? When we talk about providing evidence. But for practitioners who, for teachers, would-be teachers, who have been given only like how many weeks of practice teaching, they may not be able to provide enough evidence to tell or claim that they could already demonstrate all the indicators as defined in the PPST. And that's the reason why we thought, for the purpose of research, as you have been asking, what board has tried portfolio assessment, and out of the 40 plus boards, we could not name one. Then I guess this is why we have to try this. But we have to limit the application to TEIs who can do research to inform programs and policies as to how we could improve teacher quality in the country.
On the proposal, if you come from a COE, Center of Excellence, right away, you can be assessed through portfolio submission.
Yes, but it has to be guided by a clear set of criteria and rubrics, which should have undergone as well validation and test of reliability. And this way of assessing them should be made public so that before we allow them to develop such, the public has also a say on the process.
Can you cite an example of that portfolio assessment? What will be the contents of the portfolio assessment? Just an example lang. So we'll be...
Example, because I'm into the field of educational assessment and evaluation, and there are 5 indicators in the PPST that we have to demonstrate as teachers. Then for each indicator, I have to provide evidence that I know how to develop an assessment, formatively, summatively, or diagnostically. So I need to show you my plan for my table of specifications, for example, as an evidence of my knowledge and skills in assessing learning. But that's not enough. I need to show you, aside from the table of specifications of my assessments, the tools that I have developed, which should be aligned again to the TOS and to teaching, because there's supposed to be constructive alignment in curriculum, teaching, and assessment. So that's another evidence. And then another is, one is formative assessment that I should be able to produce, and another one could be summative assessment. So at least 3 evidence or pieces of evidence could be shown per indicator for the domain on assessment and reporting. So it's really anchored on the professional standards for teachers. And if we talk about content knowledge and pedagogy, it would be difficult to rely only on the evidence. It would be good to assess teachers or would-be teachers in written form. It could be a combination of objective or constructed response, but that is still the most practical and efficient way of assessing content knowledge and pedagogy. I'm referring to written assessment because it could cover a lot. It could cover broader content in just one sitting. We know how powerful written assessment or objective assessment is in terms of covering a lot of content areas, which a teacher should be able to pass if he or she has been equipped with strong knowledge and pedagogy in the discipline. So that's an area where written assessment, I think, is something we could count on, because that's the strength of written assessment, the assessment of knowledge, which is an important criterion when we talk about quality teacher, as revealed in the study of John Hattie. Thank you.
Dr. Magtoto?
To answer the question about what does it serve if, for example, a COE is given the permission not to take the licensure exam and go straight to portfolio, we talk about portfolio not in fact as the whole process, but an output of the process of induction and mentoring. In New Zealand, for example, they don't have a board exam, but anyone who goes through the initial teacher education program are qualified teachers when they graduate. But the process there really looks into making sure that the teachers are teachers, they can teach. We have not done any study yet as to how our students have performed vis-a-vis the top-notchers versus those who just passed the licensure exam. We've never had that kind of study within the College of Education, and maybe we should in terms of tracking, because we'd want to know now if our top-notchers at the licensure exam actually do better than our students who just pass instead of topping the board. Because what does it mean to top the board? Because we put a premium to it, to the point that we have a business of review centers focusing on the test rather than on the process of teaching. So what would it give the COEs? It would give us the freedom to actually focus on the process to make sure that each graduate that we have from our college can teach and improve the student learning outcome. So this directly looks into that. Within the frame of New Zealand, they actually have a teaching certificate rather than a license, which means that if you haven't been teaching at that certain level for a certain time, you will have to renew that with support of a portfolio that shows you that you may be able to qualify. The induction and mentoring process there also is with people who are recognized, so a recognized employer, a counterpart from the school system, which makes sure that the process is there. So therefore, the way of regulating is delegated to the teaching education institution because it relies on the reputation of their graduates, basically. And so that's how I see that it could benefit us. On the other hand, the other way that it could help us, if we have an alternative path, it would help us in strengthening our grade 11 and grade 12 teachers, because currently, as an advisor of our certification in professional education, the second degree takers for the licensure exam, we have psychology graduates, econ graduates, business graduates, all of the specializations that we have in the ABM track, the STEM, we have the HUMES track and the GAS. We have core subjects there that need the discipline, but we have to make them take a majorship of social studies. So we really miss out on that kind of gift because they're practitioners. Some of them have retired from the profession. They just want to teach. I think our senior high school students would benefit very much from quality practitioners who are now teaching their craft. And so that pathway, I think, would lend it to those two, to allowing the COEs to actually implement and focus on teaching rather than scoring high in the licensure exam. And the other portion is for us to strengthen our senior high school so that when our high school graduate, they're ready to actually join the industry at the entry level.
Saying that the portfolio assessment captures the process of teaching.
Yes.
And the written exam is weak on that portion. Is that the
Yes.
science behind it?
Because basically, we do the portfolio assessment already while they're in college. So a lot of their output actually is portfolio, meaning that we do monitor their growth. We'd be able to see at junior standing or senior standing how they're doing, if they're improving, how they're teaching. But the induction and mentoring process in New Zealand happens after they finish college. So they're required for the first 2 years to teach in a qualified school to give them the report. So it's an accredited parang parang a network of accredited employers that PRC can actually look into to actually give the reports as to whether the teacher is ready or not. And that's how they recognize. So they don't and give the practicing certificate for new teachers. Qualified teachers also go through a process of looking for a practicing certificate. But if, for example, the Filipinos would give our licensure exam, but we'll also need to prove how we're teaching for the first 2 years there. But we skip the induction process in that purpose. So for that purpose.
Yes, EDCOM.
Mr. Chair, just to reiterate the points, because I felt that we were already discussing the details of a portfolio assessment, but just to take a few steps back, as mentioned by our colleague from UP, hindi naman po lahat ng countries talagang may licensure as a requirement to teach. In fact, in a quick review online of some countries, Australia, Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, Netherlands, and Singapore, you don't need a licensure exam for an initial certification to teach. So they can teach immediately because they trust the quality of the output of their teacher education institutions. Of course, we can't just transpose those practices to our own because we know that our context is very different. But one attempt that is being done in this provision in the proposed bill is to at least trust the few who you're saying are the centers of excellence already of teacher education to be able to benefit from that similar, I guess, refocusing from just teaching to the test or maybe focusing too much on content as memorized, but actually practicing it. Because actually in many best practices in teacher education, in pre-service, it's really parang apprenticeship eh. You can only do it well if you keep on doing it and that you are mentored properly, which is why it resonates with our earlier comments and recommendations to the TEC that you need to strengthen the internship or the field practice requirement. In other countries, from first year pa lang, may practice teaching na sila all the way up to fourth year. Padagdag ng padagdag yung responsibilities. Sa atin, fourth year lang siya papasok, tapos 1 semester. So talagang isang buhos, tapos hindi lahat strong yung guidance. So we're saying because we trust that centers of excellence have the capacity to do this properly, to do actual practice teaching well with progressive responsibilities for teacher education students, let's trust them to be able to produce this type of output of graduates on one hand. But we're not saying to remove it for all. We're not saying na remove it in the future because again, we're talking about initial certification for teaching. Nothing stops us from requiring after 5 years that they do take these other requirements for CPD, which we also commonly require currently. So parang ganun lang na pag-iisip na hindi rin tayo makahon sa current policies natin because if you look at the big picture, hindi naman talaga siya required for all institutions. And so I think if we could in a nutshell summarize some of the insights already brought out, hindi pwedeng one size fits all, both in terms of the TEIs as to how we treat them and also second about the different key stages. Kasi what you will require of an ECCD might need to be different from what you require of an SHS. Kasi kung one size fits all yung coverage ng batas na dapat ito lang tinapos mo, ito lahat magte-test kayo, baka that's what's leading us to this current situation na medyo talagang walang nagsispecialize, wala talaga tayong ma-encourage to take further specialization in other areas. But to the point earlier made, DepEd needs to conform its practices to what we are saying. Kasi hindi pwedeng sinasabi natin specialize in early childhood, pero ang i-hire for grades 1 to 3, elementary education. So, dapat balansehin lahat yun. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Colette, go ahead.
Yan, so thank you very much po doon sa mga inputs from UP, PNU, and then from Sir, actually I'm a product of both PNU and UP. So I took my undergrad sa PNU and then master's in UP, and then I went there towards the research path already, biology research path. That's why I'm still in Biota, and teaching is still a parang passion of mine as well. Now, I agreed with Dr. Balaktas that learning portfolio or teaching portfolio serves a very important role in evaluation of the activities of learning and the activity of teaching. But I guess it depends on the framing plus the type of environment it is tested. Okay, so if it's in a controlled environment, tested in a controlled environment, you have only one person actually evaluating the research sorry, kasi researcher, so research portfolio, ano pa, teaching portfolio or learning portfolio, then there will be a higher degree of standardization in that case. But I agree that there are ways to actually identify or create a more, yung mga indicators that can be standardized in this sense. Okay, so however, I think in reverse, the question now is whether in a professional licensure examination, is this the best tool? Given the the differences in the capabilities, let's say of TEIs or the focus of specific TEIs on the skills and what is necessary. So this might bring about more concerns that needs to be further tested in that case. And speaking of tested, the trust issue, wala naman tayong trust issue with the COEs because I came from both the COEs. So I trust them. But in the level of, I think in the basis for an act or a bill, that it goes beyond the perceptions because this makes the law much more timeless, enduring in that sense. So if we already have the COEs, baka we can conduct a data-driven, we need to be data-driven in crafting or amending policies or bills. So that's what we are also advocating for in the Science and Technology Society program of the UP Diliman. So in that case, can we have a data? Kasi we don't have yet the data. So we want to rely on the capabilities of the COEs, which I think is capable. But again, to make it timeless and make it more objective, can we create kind of a project or a data acquisition of how these top performing schools or COEs, what would we evaluate? Test trial then of the portfolio assessment in that case. So before actually enacting it or amending the current as an alternative path. And then, of course, in the mentioned different countries. Okay, so there are different levels of treatment on the registration of teachers. Sabi nga ni Dr. Gonzales, tama sir, Dr. Gonzales, is that there could be, sa Thailand, they also don't have, but then New Zealand don't have, but that is on a certificate for teaching. So we're going back to a point I raised a while ago that how do we view the licensure examination or professional licensure of a teacher? If we parang ibabangga natin sa ibang professions that we have here. So that's how do we that is Philippine contextualization. But I guess we can take cues from these different countries, but we need to get the details on how they are using this and what would be other evaluation procedures that they are conducting and what are some mitigating factors between the alignment of their certification process and their actual curriculum. So the presence of it in other countries is a first determinant that it can be applied, but now we have to identify how can we make it, how can we implement it, and how can it be valid in the Philippine context. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. This is really, that's why I use the word provocative. This is really provocative for everyone because it's new and there are pros and cons to the proposal. And just to give you an idea, just to follow up on what Dr. Navarro mentioned earlier, let me flash this, it's 27. We computed if we will reduce the student to classroom ratio of those schools that are beyond 1:40. For elementary, we will need 27,000. For junior high school, 73,000. And for senior high school, 22,000. So that's the amount of teachers or the number of teachers that we need in order to reduce all schools to 40:1. If you look at next slide, if you look at the number of graduates just on 2024 alone, and the passers about 40,000. No, so meaning in just 1 year we can already cover the deficiency to reduce the number of to reduce the student to classroom ratio. For secondary, next slide, for 2024, we produced 140,000 passers. But we will only need 95,000. So that's why Dr. Navarro is absolutely correct. We don't have any shortage of teachers. We have a shortage of budget, diba? Carol, we have a shortage of budget and items and items, no. So, but we don't have a shortage of warm bodies. Now, that's why I go back to Dr. Colette's question. What is the objective? The objective is not to bring them to the teaching profession as soon as possible, because we don't have a shortage. We don't have to pull all of those passers and tell them to teach, no, because we don't have any shortage. So the next question is, the next objective is, how do we bring them to the system and make sure that they are of quality? No? Assure the community, assure all of us, the country, that they are of quality. No? And the measure right now is that pen and paper examination. Now, I acknowledge the comments of Dr. Yi, Executive Director Carol, that we also want to trust the Center of Excellence, because that's also the objective, no, is to really revamp the Center of Excellence. When I say revamp, talagang Center of Excellence. I have to admit, the Center of Excellence right now is still wanting, no, malayo pa. But we're not in that stage yet. We're not in that stage yet. And I don't know how long the TEC will have to take in order to completely revamp the Center of Excellence, in order to make it really Center of Excellence. No? So that's another issue that we have to look at, or that's another angle that we have to look at. Now, is it possible to have, again, I'm not an expert in education, but is it possible to have both written and portfolio? Or is that too taxing for the board, no? Considering that our board is the young board, no? An energetic board. Pero mo, written exam, sila nga gumagawa. Dadagdagan pa natin ng portfolio. Baka hindi na pumunta dito yan sa hearing, no? So may I ask, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not an expert. I'm just thinking out loud. I was listening to Dr. Colette earlier. She made excellent remarks and very good justification. So I just want to put the beauty of a portfolio assessment and the beauty of a written assessment, and maybe come up with a hybrid or both assessment in one. Is that a possible?
We did that, sir. We did that when I was in tech. I will not tell you how many years ago. We had this project, induction. Our tech membership decided, we were given budget, sir. We were given the budget. So we developed the induction program. Very comprehensive. I knew it was comprehensive because I always taught in the private sector. Kaya tuwan-tuwa ako nung makita, ganito pala ka ako pagka nagturo ka sa public. No? So comprehensive yan. And then meron pa siyang written. It's a manual itself. So to answer our chair, yes, if they pass the licensure examination, then the induction program will be the responsibility of the employing school. Yung nag-e-employ na school na will take the responsibility of completing the preparation of the new teachers. There is one more, sir. There is a provision in 92-93. You mentioned the first amendment. There is also there the alternative pathway. And one alternative pathway offered was not by portfolio, but by achievements. So those who have produced something, an innovation that benefits the teachers and the students, can be automatically given the honor of being a professional teacher. Examples we were thinking of then was Nick Joaquin, for instance, perfect English language, but never finished any college course. And then the lady who after whose name after whose a satellite was named after her because she discovered that Bio, yeah. She's now with the OST. So she deserves to be given this automatically professional teacher honor. So that's one alternative. Another alternative we thought of was the one who gets an average of 100% in the board examination, which has not happened yet. The closest that we almost considered was 99% of a math major. It, I think, can be possible only for mathematics. So those are the only alternative pathways that the board has considered so far in our years of existence in the commission.
Dr. Vergara, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the pre-service context, we have, before we allow an institution to offer teacher education program, they went through the process of certain accreditation and what do you call this, the evaluation. And one criteria in the evaluation is the RQAT, the Regional Quality Assessment Program. So hindi ito, Mr. Chair, nabibigyan ng opportunity talaga ang mga schools defined na ang kanilang faculty ay hindi ma-meet ang minimum requirements in the teacher education, facilities, curriculum, and resources. So that's one consideration. The QA mechanism in the free service education is very important. There is one provision in that specific RQAT in the OBE design. What is good about portfolio assessment is the authentic assessment of what should be done. Because in some context, I'm a PE major. I was stated, I took the board in 1997. We were second batch of the board. My major is Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Physical Education in PNU. But I took MAPE. You imagine you imagine how I prepared for music, arts, health. But because it's only 40% of the exam, the 20% is Gen Ed, the 40% is Prof Ed, medyo tinaginalingan ko yung Prof Ed. Kasi 40% din yun. So I have a high grades for Prof Ed, kaya medyo mababa yung aking specialization because 4 na taon ang inaral ko PE and yet ang in-exam ko, music, arts. So there is, for authentic assessment, which is PE and health, is highly skilled. That's why portfolio assessment can help these PE majors because there's a scarcity, Mr. Chair, of our MAPE majors. Ito ang kailangan ng DepEd. Surplus sa music, surplus sa English. Kaya maraming math major, English major, science major. We have data in PNU because we offer diploma program for non-specialists. In my class, I have 30 students taking diploma in PE and health who is English major in the field, teaching for 5 years. So there is now the concern for quality. So I think if we strengthen the QA mechanism of the pre-service teachers for having the QA mechanism, because there should be a concrete learning outcomes assessment plan of this COE. Kasi yun po yung absence. In our RQAT, dito nagfe-fail ng ibang institution because they have no concrete framework for experiential learning. So there is no framework for continuous quality improvement and primarily the learning assessment, the learning outcomes assessment plan, because the defined PSG is outcomes-based teacher education. So on that aspect, talagang yung mahuhusay lang talagang mag-memorize, mas magaling sa ano, yung exam madali nilang maipasa. Pero hindi siya guarantee when they go to the field, the pedagogical skills that they need to teach a specific specialization is lacking. And that's how quality matters. So I think we need to strengthen how the mechanism for QA. There should be a concrete framework set by tech in terms of the professional standards for teachers on how we can contextualize the benchmark for this portfolio assessment. At kung ano ang itines at ano yung naapag-aralan ng bata, yun ang i-test. So, I think that's how we can, in service naman, Mr. Chair, I think we need to strengthen the role of NEAP. Because NEAP is the one, I think NEAP should be an academy. Dapat ang, academy naman pala siya, but I mean, I'm sorry, madam, it's an academy naman, but I think the role of really an academy, because I studied in Indonesia, there's no LET also. But there is a certificasi guro. Doon pumupunta after nilang doon muna sila pumupunta at yung agency na yon ang nag-grant sa kanila ng kanilang professional license if doon sila magkukuha ng certain parameters pa for teachers. So I think what we need to do if we want to implement this portfolio or portfolio assessment is to really look into how the pre-service and the in-service with the help of PRC, of course, and TEC, will really look into the standards of how the teachers can be assessed authentically. Because if a portfolio assessment is an authentic assessment, written exam is just a portion of what the teacher's knowledge, values, and skills written, no? So I think that's how we can probably test. And the stand of CHED is not just only for COE, but we need to also consider certain mechanism of those universities who is level 4 accredited. Because yung accreditation and the international accreditation, kasi magmamatter yung accreditation nila, Mr. Chair. Because yung accreditation, there are a lot of parameters being tested, evaluated, and audited. At ang COE kasi voluntary, Mr. Chair. Mag-a-apply yung school. So if we have to establish a good mechanism wherein the government can really identify good COEs na in the last 5 years or 10 years, passing niya is 90, I hope wag lang 80 para medyo mas mataas yung quality na ang passing rate ng university is not just only 80 but 90% in the last 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the academy, madam.
Any more comments on this topic? Anyone who wants to join the conversation on these alternative pathways? So, well, the proposal is only to limit it to COEs. In fact, not only COEs with 80% passing rate for the last 5 years consistently. No, so the bar is quite high, and the proposal of Dr. Vergara is to even raise it to 90%. No, so in other words, it's not open to everyone. No, so that is the caveat to it. But then again, as a policy, that can open the doors to other criteria, TI criteria. No, so that's why I want to approach this very, very carefully. No, I think the comment Dr. Colette is very valid. No, and I'll go back to my question. Can it be both portfolio and written exam? Is that too much to administer? Yeah, it's an administration question, no? So baka ayaw ko na ho, tumanda ho kayo. Okay na yung ganyan, no? Ayaw ko na ho kayong tumanda masyado, no? So, no. Go ahead, Dr. Navarro, and then si Dr. Hiron. No?
Okay. Sir, I would like to share the information that the practice of induction has succeeded, I think. No? DepEd, can we have some affirmation or rejection from DepEd? It has been successful for the past several years, the induction program, because there is a guide already. So maybe we can make it licensure examination plus induction in the receiving school, the employing school, because there is where she or he will be observed very closely and will be what do you call that, tutoring. That there is mentoring. I think there is a mentor and coaching. Is not? I think in addition to teaching, another skill that a teacher should possess is a coaching, mentoring. These are two other skills that a teacher should possess. No? Without going into the domains of guidance and counseling, because po naman yan for mental health yun. Tayo naman for their own intellectual growth as a teacher. No? That's all that I can add. Thank you.
Dr. Heron,
Thank you, Your Honor. The discussion that focus on the alternative pathways is very challenging. In fact, I would say that this statement that there is no perfect utopia or problemless Camelot, and in the generation of these three alternatives, I have some reservations. But first, I am highly acceptable. I am highly suggesting that accepting the suggestion that the two ways of assessing whether the teacher can contribute to the improvement of learning outcomes could be a combination of the blend of the written test and the portfolio assessment. And that portfolio assessment, which has been introduced by Dr. Balagtas for the pre-service, could be confirmed and validated when they are in the induction period in the in-service program. So there is now the portfolio assessment at the pre-service for the students and the portfolio assessment at the in-service program. As I'm one of those module writers of the teacher induction program, and we have produced good teachers in the Department of Education. I was a part of the Department of Education. So the other thing is I have a reservation. I have some reservation on the 10-year experience, because a 10-year experience could be a 1-year experience repeated 10 times. But a 2, 3, or 5-year experience could yield perhaps better results that can help in the improvement of learning outcomes. What we need is the standardization or quality standards for teacher performance. And that is where, again, we have there is the necessity for pre-service or teacher ed and education, TEIs, and the Department of Education to come up with the matrix for rubrics, for other ways of determining the quality performance of our teachers. Thank you po.
thank you for that. That's why I'll segue into that 10-year, the 10-year, how do we, 10-year experience, 10-year experience for registration. So I want to segue to that, and that's another provocative feature of this bill. And I would like to get maybe comments from the body. Dr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon na po sa lahat. Firstly, we in PAFTE, the Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators, support the different pathways towards obtaining a license or being certified as a professional teacher. Uno po dun sa suggestion regarding probably the blending of the two. Okay po yun. Because confirmation of what have the students achieved or accomplished during the pre-service may be done through the paper pen test or the written test. Pangalawa po, yung 10-year teaching experience, kung ikukumpara sa ibang profession like the Magna Carta, may sinasabi nga na hininog na ng panahon. Kaya lang, there are teachers na who have been teaching for a long time, but have not excelled actually, have not gone up in terms of excellence and performance. So probably if that would be considered as a pathway, linawan lang, like for example, for the past 10 years, at least very satisfactory ang kanilang teaching performance. You know, in the government, we maintain this, that at least VS performance para maging okay ka. So, you know, this is something that a teacher who either opts not to take the LET or a teacher who has failed the LET may just wait for the 10th year and then apply para ma-certify na. So parang, or baka pwedeng gawin na, kasi meron din po ditong provision, actually, PAFTE would like to recommend that after the third failure in the test may be given refresher before getting the fourth LET. Siguro po kung papayagan yung 10-year, ito ba ay para lang sa mga nag-flunk na matapos kumuha ng fourth time ay bumagsak pa rin, pero nung tiningnan ng kanilang teaching performance ay maganda at maayos at pwedeng i-attest ng kanilang mga employers sa private school. So what does it mean? Pwedeng kumuha ng certificate of employment that would really indicate their teaching performance. Dun po sa, so that's the 10-year. Number 2 po yung portfolio assessment. Meron po kami ditong napag-usapan sa PAFTA regarding po the 80% and 20%. While we recognize yung trust nga sabi, no, sa mga centers of excellence, and very critical yung minention ni Dr. Vergara kanina that even if we recognize the 80% just because the school is COE, but the 20% is still critical. Ibig sabihin, not all products of that COE could really make it to the LET. Individually, when they are accepted to the teaching profession just because they're products of COE, individually they would contribute also to the teaching quality. Now, after all, I think we have to be reminded, what is LET for? I mean, this examination. Is it individual assessment of what each graduate has developed? I mean, is it an assessment of the individual student's competency? Kasi sa present na paper pen, each applicant has to go through the rigor of the test in all areas. Nakikita na doon, standardized test po yun. But if it will be in a form of allowing the COE, allowing the schools with, say for example, the 80% at least, no, dala na din po doon yung mga estudyante na talagang even in the paper pen could not pass the test. So when they are already left in the classroom, we're now, the very purpose of amending the law is actually to make sure that quality of teachers in the Philippines should be at least at par with the world. But if a teacher na inalaw na magturo, binigyan ng lisensya, hindi makapasa-pasa, paano po kaya makapag-contribute din yun sa quality? Yun din po yung nakikita po namin. Kasi PAFTI believes po that this examination is individually, it's an individual assessment of what competencies they have developed during their pre-service education. Again po, we reiterate that we welcome other pathways. At least we have to be clarified really what's the purpose of entertaining other pathways. We're talking here about, okay, if there are imperfections in the assessment in the paper pen, what can be done to at least address these imperfections? Now, if we would like to accommodate or maybe try out other other pathways, other means that other countries are doing, maybe pwede naman po yun. But baka pag pinagsama-sama natin, baka hindi rin inclusive. Kasi there are students na magaling pero hindi naman natanggap or nakapunta sa COE. So just because hindi sila products or graduates ng COE, kailangan nilang mag-hurdle ng examination. Pero nakikita rin po namin yung magandang na maibibigay ng portfolio assessment. Lalo na kapag ikaw po ay Philippine Normal University, University of the Philippines, and all other COEs na talagang very rigorous po yung training. Research ang research-based. First year pa lang to fourth year. Talagang pag tingnan mo yung portfolio nila, pagka-graduate nila, if that one will be presented to the board to be assessed, ay talagang maganda po yung laman ng portfolio. Another challenge dito po is walang problema sa portfolio assessment. I think everyone will agree that in the teacher education, we have already introduced this. We have integrated this one in our curriculum. Exposed na ang mga bata sa alternative assessment like portfolio assessment. And so when they graduate, alam na po nila yan. Pero ang challenge dito, dun sa mag-a-assess ng portfolio assessment. And I think we welcome a recommendation to add members of the board because this is going to be another workload for the board for professional teachers kasi sila po yung magbibigay ng lisensya. Kanina narinig po natin that it may be done in the classroom because sobrang bigat na po nito pang gagawin. But how can that be done on a national scale? Knowing that we give this test now twice a year, kung lahat po to, no, will it be, if this is going to be part of the process, kailan sabay-sabay silang magpo-portfolio assessment, yung lesson demonstration pa. So, dun lang po sa clarification nung dahilan, rationale behind the welcoming of other pathways. And tingnan din po sana na maging inclusive talaga para sa lahat. After all, we're doing this sa lahat po ng Filipinos na gustong maging certified teachers or professional teachers, no? Whether they come from LUCs, because as of now, wala pang LUCs na COE. But there are LUCs na talagang nag-excel sa licensure examination for teachers. We have Valenzuela, and I'm from Calamba, City College of Calamba, and we've excelled for so many times in the board exam. We're not COE, and hindi lang po kami 80%, may 90% plus pa po kami. So if the percentage will be considered, pwede po rin po kaya yung mga small schools na umaabot sa ganung mga passing rates nila. Not only COEs. So, with that, makonsider natin na those students who graduated in far-flung areas will have this, kumbaga, leveling the field ba? No? Parang ganon. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Colette, you want to?
Yes po. First po, doon sa, again, I want to frame the question of a written exam as a basis for a professionalization of the teacherhood. So we can, because right now we have certification that falls under Tech Voc, and then we have certification or professionalization that falls under that, yes, license. So in this case, the Tech Voc is very skill heavy. Am I right? The Tech Voc is very skill heavy. Yeah, so skills talaga yung kanyang prioritize. And then let's say and the medical doctors, the engineers, the teachers, I still put the teachers in that level because it's not a certificate for teaching, but rather a license for teaching. So again, framing ng bigat ng professionalization ng teachers. So the medical doctors, as mentioned, dentistry may skills ng katulad, may skills na din na exams. So I suppose the blending is something that we should looked at in the sense of two things. First, whether it will create a leveling of teaching profession, meaning I've looked at yung nabanggit ni Sir nila Sir about the Hong Kong. Yeah, so okay, so for the Hong Kong, at least if you're an international student or international citizen, you have either permitted to teach or registered to teach. Okay, so why I'm using an international context? Kasi this tells us that the training of teachers is very diverse. Kaya yung sa international, you have different levels. Same with medical board exams or those. I actually asked my niece about this. So for medical doctors, if you want to teach to another country, they have different levels of being allowed to practice being a doctor or become a registered doctor. Okay, so there is a leveling na pwedeng yung program, the hospital itself will give them the program that will allow them to be registered doctors. Okay, so the blending or the different alternative pathways, because I'm not saying that the written exam should be the only the only measure. Okay, so and also if we are looking at it from the point of view of whether the let is more for making sure that after college we have a pool of teachers that can teach, but on upgrading the quality of teaching, that's a different question and needs a different solution, right? So that's why I think the teaching portfolio helps there. Okay, so I think what I'm trying to say is these different techniques or assessment should be framed in the uh, it should be framed in the objective of each step or each level of developing quality teachers. So that's the main point. Thank you.
Actually, even though they don't have the license, they can teach, diba? Kasi in the private school, they can teach eh. And correct, yeah. They're given 3 years, and then after that, they can still continue to teach. Probation, but do they have to take the let? If they don't pass the let, they cannot become permanent. So they have to pass in 3 years, no? Yeah.
Sir, may I volunteer this information? Of the 10 ASEAN member nations, only the Philippines has a regulatory agency for professionals. And at least three ASEAN countries have visited the PRC, and they're very much interested. They observe the process, and only to exit the PRC and say, hindi namin kaya. We cannot do it because really very complicated. 50 years na kasi ang PRC kaya medyo ano na yung method. No, but let me tell you this. We very often we receive letters of request from American and European universities and colleges who employ our teachers, and they're asking for a more specialized certification that indeed such and such was a major of special education, mathematics. They really want some very specialized, what do you call that? Certification from PRC. So that is why we were really very much happy to read the statement, the opening statement of Senator Gatchalian regarding the acceptance of the world for licenses, the importance of license. Why only driving must possess driver possess a license? Teachers, doctors also possess licenses, and we are required to paste on our rooms the proof that we are licensed to teach. So that's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Balagtas.
Sen, I just want to share my understanding of the practice of the Marina, the Maritime Industry Authority, because they use the blended approach to certifying seafarers. So they do the theoretical first as the first level, and once you pass that, then you take the practical exam, which happens in practice centers, practical centers through simulation, but it's task-based and competency-based. So in other words, there are professions that we know of are, would really require for demonstration of competencies, and still they acknowledge the value of theoretical exam, aside from the actual demonstration of skills in practice centers, like in the case of Marina, because that's their practice, and I thought it's a good practice to benchmark with. Thank you.
Are there any studies that were conducted, Philippine context, on portfolio assessment? Meaning, from a layman's point of view, for example, this cohort took portfolio assessment, but they are, if they take the written assessment, they're of equal footing. Meron bang any study that will help, that can guide this committee that a portfolio assessment is sufficient as a form of quality assurance? Ang license is not only license to teach, but it's a form of quality assurance. No? So is there any known study that you can... yes, Dr. Balagtas?
It's not sufficient. It's in before the pandemic, we did a study because we trained the scholars of the Department of Education in, this is the RA 10612, where we through NAEAP, we trained the non-education degree professionals who specialize in science and technology field or STEM. For the professional component, professional education component. And at the time that we did this training to them so that they could earn the number of units required to qualify them to take the licensure exam, we gave both requirements, the written assessment and the portfolio assessment. But although the case of portfolio assessment is something we did through case study, we found out that there are those who are really good in assessment, in written assessment, who may not be able to package well all the evidence of their learning in the form of portfolio assessment. And there are also those who are really good at producing portfolios, but in the written assessment, though they pass, could not be seen well. In other words po, wala po talaga. In the case of that study that I am referring you to, we looked at their portfolios for the entire professional development, professional education, certificate in professional education in 6 courses. And that's consistent in all those courses. In other words, hindi po siya sufficient not to represent what one knows and is capable of doing. Kailangan laging merong verification through another evidence using another assessment approach. Thank you po.
Dr. Santos and then Dr. Lucido after.
Okay, Senator. In my case, I'm a professional materials engineer. We don't have a board exam, but we have an institute. We have an institute that follows the grandfather's clause. We give certified materials, not professional, we certify materials engineer to practice those who are graduates with bachelors. But after 10 years, we can only issue professional materials engineer when they practice a minimum of 10 years. And if they have taken as a qualification for graduate studies, master or PhD. And that refers to maybe the research portfolio that they have undergone when they have practiced being a materials engineer. That's all.
Thank you. Dr. Lucido?
Yeah, maybe we have to request or ask Director Ranby Manguera of Tech, do you still have the files, the researches from the teacher induction program? Because that teacher induction program during the time of Secretary Vilapos was heavily budgeted. When we have to really put the two together, once they pass the LET, and then they have the TIP, and they were given modules where they were asked to put up their own assessment, their own, similar to a portfolio. And after that, we even observed them. Really, that is Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. So please, I know Annabelle, because after, or naabutan mo ba yun, Randy? Yung TIP, you know, I said it was really heavily budget with complete modules that these were used because Dr. Navarro mentioned something about the TIP. It was there where, in my case, that was the first time I met the supervisors, district supervisors, superintendents. It's really an interaction between the pre-service teachers, I was then dean and part of tech, with the industry, because this is something that we really have to strengthen collaboration between the TEIs and the actual industry. That was the first time really I met, because when we deploy our student teachers in the public schools, we have to get permission from the superintendents, from the DepEd, no, and that was the only time we were able to meet them. But with this TIP, we were really able to interact, no. So maybe Director Randy, you can look. I know Annabelle is here. You may have all the records, daily material. So if we really need to do a research, that would be a very good source of research on the effect. No? This is really from pre-service to in-service.
Yeah, yeah, I came in 2016, but but I think the files are there, the modules are still there. And in fact, that's the initial project that we had in the TEC, that we are able to release the DepEd Order 42, which is the teacher induction program. But presently, it's with the National Educators Academy of the Philippines.
Thank you. Well, from what I hear from the body, the sticking point of the bill or the sticking point of the bill revolves around the alternative pathways, no? Particularly the portfolio submission and also the 10-year experience. But Dr. Gonzalez, just to add to your discussion, the 10-year experience is a qualification, but you also need to submit a teaching experience portfolio. No? So meron siyang additional, no? Yeah. Yeah. So may I request from the body further studies and position paper on these two alternative pathways, no? Because we have to decide whether to adopt them or not to adopt them. No? And there are pros and cons to both. No? And so I want to learn from the experts and also be guided by the experts on whether to adopt these two alternative pathways. No? I think the others, the composition of the board, I think there's no debate on that. We want to help the three gentle ladies by adding more members so that di naman ho kayo mapagod. No? So, and then the specialization, especially on early childhood, I think there's no debate on that. That's a long time coming. ED Carol, I mean, that's a frustration of ED Carol actually. So it's we will adopt that. The release of questionnaires, no, we're already doing that under the TEC law, so there's no debate on that. It's only the timing actually. So it's really only the alternative pathways that is quite contentious, no. So we want to be guided by the experts on whether to pursue this or not, no. Yes. So let me request from everyone to look at your notes, your researches, and internally we will also conduct researches on the matter. And hopefully, before we enter into a technical working group, we have some decision on how to move forward. No, and I don't think there's a right or wrong answer in this. You know, It's just benefits and pros and cons basically. So any more comments from the body on the bill? Any more? If you have any more comments, any more? I-suspend lang.
second public hearing.
We'll decide muna internally. So please submit to us position paper on or before Monday, January 20. On only limited. If you want to add more, that's fine. But if you want to limit it to the alternative pathways, that's also the best. So just submit to us researches, literature, your position paper on not later on or before January 20. That's next Monday. We will decide internally whether we will already enter into a technical working group or another public hearing, depending on the submissions that we get. Hopefully, we can, if the submissions are robust and informative, then we can enter into a technical working group so we can go provision by provision and refine the bill. So with that, any more comments from any of our esteemed resource persons? Yes, go ahead, Dr. Balagtas.
Can we include exploration on the route to finishing a master's degree as another option? Aside from, because of course we know three, the written assessment and now the portfolio assessment. The second one is the 10-year registration with portfolio assessment. We propose in our position paper that we could also explore the certification via completion of a master's degree in teacher education, like what other countries, Finland to cite, does.
So if you are an unlicensed teacher but you pursued your master's degree
in teacher
in
education.
teacher education, you can be automatically licensed.
Exploring that route, sir, considering, for example, the success stories of Finland.
So that's the fourth pathway.
Yes, in our proposal.
Any comments
Thank
to
you.
that? Maybe we can have some. Yes.
Mr. Chair, just a quick comment. Maybe we can specify also from COEs, kasi even masteral degrees, there is a proliferation of diploma mills.
Also, I was actually thinking of that. Maybe in the Philippine context, that's why Dr. Colette is correct. Now we have to always look at the Philippine context because our environment is different, no? And I know for a fact that sabi nga ni Dr. Gonzalez, I'm a big fan of LUCs, but we also know that some LUCs also have master's degree, but we're not sure whether those master's degrees are just for purpose of promotion, diba? Kasi kailangan yan in everything, whether it's public, what's the course for public service, public administration, because to be promoted in government, you need a masteral in public administration or in education. No? So that's also something that we need to think about. But let's include that. No? Since we're talking about pathways, let's include that in our study. Let's study it. No? Let's see if we can include that. Because on the other side, if the person studied very hard and got his master's degree in an institution that is qualified, then maybe that person can be given a license immediately.
And because we have straight bachelor's to master's degree in PNU, and then this is offered to almost all areas of specialization. Thank you.
Thank you. We can include that as well. All right. So if there are no more comments on the bill, we will suspend the hearing today, and then we'll wait for your position papers, your studies. Please help us. Please guide this committee on that very critical decision. Of course, that alternative pathways will definitely alter the way we license professional teachers, and we have to make sure that before making that decision, we have looked at every material and research available. If not, then maybe we should conduct a research. No? And that's also another option, that we should not rush, but instead conduct a research, and then maybe next year or the following year we can amend the law again, no, based on that research, diba? But it's important to be guided and be educated, no? Or else we might make a wrong decision and be criticized because of not achieving the objective that we want to reach. All right. So with that, maraming salamat. Thank you very much for your time and presence. We'll suspend the hearing today and we'll inform you of the next hearing or TWG. All right. Maraming salamat po. This hearing is hereby suspended.